Pak Firdaus.
Thank you, Pak Yunus. Dr. Samning from Thailand. Good morning, Sawasdee krap.
Good morning, Sawasdee krap.
Yes. I notice here, Ibu Haruki. Good morning, Bu. Selamat pagi.
Pak Firdaus, pagi.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi, Ibu Haruki.
Selamat pagi, Ibu Haruki.
Pagi.
Selamat pagi, Pak Rizal.
Selamat pagi, Pak Yunus.
Yeah. Good morning. We have also our colleague here, Mr. Pak Ifnaldi Skumbang. Good morning.
Good morning, Pak
Ifnaldi.
Firdaus. Good morning, all.
Thank you.
Selamat pagi, Pak Rizal Hafandi.
Selamat pagi, Pak. Sehat-sehat.
Good morning, Dr. Samineng, our moderator.
Yes.
Good morning.
So we are sorry, Talbit, Pak Rizal, we have to wait our colleague to be connected with us from Thailand. So take 1 minute, Pak. We will check with Thailand first.
Yes, Pak, please.
Thank you. My phone, eh?
Not in yet, right?
Let me check with our speakers from Thailand. Mr. Mahipong Oracle, good
Yes,
morning.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
All right.
Good
Yeah.
Morning.
All right. Thank you very much. So we have already connected with our colleague in Thailand. And let me as well check with our colleague from Malaysia. Malaysia, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Not yet. It seems that not yet. So from Malaysia, we have Mr. Ibrahim Arifin, Director's Energy Analyst, Strategic Planning Division, Sustainable Energy Development Authority, Malaysia. So we are waiting for our colleague now, Mr. Arifin, Ibrahim Arifin. So just wait for a couple of minutes. And then we notice as well in our screen now representative from Uninet, Associate Professor Dr. Nazli Ismail. From Uninet, yeah. Pak Nazli, good morning. Selamat pagi, Pak. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Yes. How was Banda Aceh, Pak?
Fine, good.
Thank you very much. It's very pleased, Pak, to have you this morning during our webinar. Thank you. And also, I would like to say hello to my colleague from ASEAN Secretariat. Good morning, Miss Mary Jordisagon.
Good morning, Pak. Good morning to everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. How was Jakarta, my colleague Mary?
It's quite, it's okay, but mostly we are working from home. So, yeah, quite artificially that said. So, but yeah, it's all okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. We wish you always safe and with colleague in the ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much.
And let me check.
I'm working from home too.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Samnieng. Yes. So most of us still working from home, except Pa Rizal, I guess, still in the office.
Yes, I have to get up early morning to go to the office. So every day I have to come to the office.
Okay, all right. Thank you. In Putrajaya, Pak Rizal, we can also report it to you. So we are also full staff in the office since I think that 3 or 4 months ago, Pak. So we have been in the office already.
Okay.
So
So about the vaccination program for the CIMT people.
yes, Pak Rizal, that is why we are looking for, Pak. So we have registered through our line provided by the government of Malaysia. So we have registered now. We are in queue, Pak, waiting for progress from the government of Malaysia. Hopefully, Pak.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get soon.
You have got the vaccine, Pak Rizal?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Pak. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but still need to be cautious and keep the health protocol. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, Pak. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. And also, while waiting for our colleague from Malaysia, I would like to say hello to my colleague now from NewQuest Geotechnology, Dr. Yunus Daud, our expert in this area. Good morning, Pak Yunus.
Good morning, Pak Firdaus.
Yes.
Nice to see you and all here.
All right. Thank you very much. How was situation in your office, Pak?
Okay, that's good.
All
Yeah,
right.
but sometimes the connection is a little bit disturbed. But that's
All right.
okay. Yeah, hopefully we'll okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Pak Yunus. Pak Yunus is
Thank you also.
representing our business sectors at the moment. NewQuest company is one of the reputable geothermal service in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Yunus.
Thank
So,
you.
so we still have to wait for our colleague from Malaysia now. Ibu Haruki, so now I will go back to Ibu Haruki again from the Ministry of Environment. So your ministry is very important, Ibu, in this
Yes.
regard.
Sure.
How was situation in your office, Bu, at the moment?
Yeah, I think we similar with Pak Rizal. I have to work every day to control the office running. Okay, and facilitating the public attention in terms of environmental, because now we are facing so many issues on environmental from oil and gas. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but we conduct the hard protocol, like no all staff coming to the office, some with some they working from home, some so we implement about 25 until 50% of staff working in the office, and the rest is working from home. Yeah.
All right, thank you. But in terms of work, Ibu Haruki, no problem. Yeah, even with under the pandemic, so there will be no problem at all, you know.
So far, okay. Since we have a method of Zoom meeting, yeah, everything can be done by online. Yeah, make us easy to get anything. So we even,
I
yeah,
think
Parisa.
I think during this COVID-19 pandemic, our work productivity has increased.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think sometimes we also having like a double video conference at the same time.
Sometimes triple. Like this morning, I have three meetings. One is with the minister, and second with.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
Thank you very much. And for CIMT, I have to thank especially to Pak Rizal, the SOM of IMT-GT. So we have now the new equipment for video conference. We just installed just before the COVID. I don't know from where Pak Rizal got the information to install the CIMT with a good equipment. So Alhamdulillah, now we are very happy. We have no problem at all in conducting the meeting. Thank you, Pak Rizal.
Yeah, it's going to be still during this year will be much more meeting in virtual mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Pak. We will do our best. So I will check again with our colleague from Malaysia, Mr. Ibrahim Arifin. Good morning, Pak Ibrahim. Assalamualaikum. Oh, you're still mute, Pak.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Pak Ibrahim Arifin, Director, Energy Analyst, Strategic Planning Division, Sustainable Energy Development Authority, Seda Malaysia. So it seems that we are all already complete in our list. Now, with your permission, Pak Rizal, can we proceed for the next program, Pak?
Yes, please. Of course.
Thank you very much, Pak. Before we start with our program, as usual, I would like to invite my colleague, project coordinators here, to announce some of the housekeeping. Nida, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the IMT-GT webinar series, Space to Recovery. Let me share the screen with you. So before we proceed with our session, allow me to make some housekeeping announcement. For the speakers, we will ring the bell twice on the last 2 minutes of your allocated time. Yes, and 3 times at the end of the speaker session. Okay, thank you. I would also like to kindly request for the participants to switch their microphone and camera off throughout the session. Should you have any questions, please kindly write in the chat box, stating your name and designation. We will respond to you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nida, for the important announcement made for this webinar. And now allow me to proceed to the next agenda item according to our list. So before I invite Honorable Bapak Rizal to convey the opening remarks, and allow me to convey some welcoming remarks first. Honorable Bapak Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Deputy Minister for International Economic Cooperation, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs Indonesia, and Chair of IMT-GT SOM. Honorable Dr. Haruki Agustina, Directors of Contamination Recovery and Hazardous Waste Emergency Response, Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. Honorable Dr. Nagulandran Kangayat Karasu, Deputy Secretary General Environment, Ministry of Environment and Water, Malaysia. We have also our guest here, Dr. Asdapon Kraira Panon, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. And IMT-GT National Secretariat, Associate Professor Dr. Nazli Ismail, University of Siakawala, Aceh, Indonesia, representing UNINET. Ms. Mary Jill Disagon, ASEAN Secretariat, thank you very much for being with us this morning. Mr. Emani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General of ICLE for South Asia, New Delhi, India. So Mr. Kumar is our good friend, always assists us in IMT-GT Corporation. And Dr. Yunus Daud, founder of NewQuest Geotechnology, Jakarta, Indonesia. And then we have also the moderators for this morning, Dr. Sam Muang Nil, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. And we have also Mr. Ibnardi Sikumbang, Independent Business Energy Consultant, Indonesia. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, very good morning, Swadikap. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, allow me to extend my warm welcome to all participants and our special guest today, Bapak Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Deputy Minister for International Economic Cooperation, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs Indonesia, and also Standing Chair of IMT-GT SOM, who is going to inaugurate our webinar today with the topic, Promoting Sustainable Energy, Exploration and Utilization of Low-Medium Geothermal Resources for GHG reduction. Thank you very much, Pak Rizal, for your time with us amid of your busy schedule. I would like to thank IMT-GT Working Group on Environment for being partner in organizing this webinar. Working Group Environment just established this year, and currently the chairman is Dr. Asdafon Kraigara Panon, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Natural Resources Environment, Thailand. Congratulations to Working Group Environment. We believe that Working Group would be able to contribute significantly in advancing environment and green energy cooperation in the sub-region. CIMT is always supporting you. Allow me also to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Yunus Daud, founder of NewQuest Geotechnology, and his team for your support and being our expert partner in this event. For our information, NewQuest Technology is one of reputable consultants for geothermal exploration in Indonesia. This company in 2020 also awarded as the best geothermal exploration service company from Indonesian Geologists Association, IAGI. Congratulations, Dr. Yunus, for your achievement. I do hope you can share your expertise in promoting sustainable energy in IMT-GT cooperation, particularly in exploring geothermal energy. Our webinar today also attended by prominent speakers from relevant ministries in IMT-GT countries, private sectors, and academia under IMT-GT University Network UNINET. Thank you very much for your support and being with us this morning. Honorable distinguished participants, sustainable energy is one of our important programs in IMT-GT cooperation. It is already enshrined in our Vision 2036 to become integrated, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable the sub-region. This target also outlined in detail in Implementation Blueprint 2017-2021 and IMT-GT Sustainable Development Framework 2019-2036, for which renewable energy is one of the key elements for green cities. We have targeted at least 40 cities in IMT-GT to implement Green Cities Action Plan by 2036. I thank you to my good friend, Mr. Imani Kumar from ICLE, who has assisted CIMT in preparing the important document as UDF, which had been endorsed by 12 IMT-GT Summit in Bangkok in 2019. IMT-GT is very potential for untapped regional energy, such as wind, solar, ocean currents, and geothermal. Indonesia has long experience in exploring geothermal energy. I hope this past experience could be shared with other IMT-GT countries under the umbrella IMT-GT Renewable Energy Cooperation. I'm sure we will do. Let me discuss further later on during the discussion. Finally, I thank you and I look forward to the fruitful discussion. Now, without further ado, allow me to invite Honorable Bapak Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Deputy Minister for International Economic Cooperation, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs Indonesia, and Standing Chair of IMT-GT SOM to deliver opening remarks and inaugurate the webinar. Honorable Pak Rizal, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Firdaus. Honorable IMT-GT National Secretariat of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Honorable Pak Firdaus Dahlan, Director of CIMT. Honorable Chair of IMT-GT Working Groups on Environment. Honorable speakers from IMT-GT, ASEAN Secretariat, ICLE, UNINET, and NewQuest Technology. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi, sawadee. Firstly, in the name of God the Almighty, the compassionate, the merciful, let us praise and grant our prayer for the strength and health, so together we can join on IMT-GT webinar Race to Recovery, promoting sustainable energy in the sub-region, exploration and utilization of low, medium geothermal resources for greenhouse gas reduction during this challenging time. Secondly, it is a great honor and privilege for me to be part of this webinar and officially welcome all of you. Also, I'd like to sincerely thank our host, Pak Firdaus, and your team for arranging this webinar. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today we live in an era of unprecedented challenges, particularly during the COVID pandemic, of course, as well as also on addressing the climate change issue. Global warming is an imminent threat calling for our immediate attention. Countries around the world, including our IMT-GT cooperation, are united in transitioning to a future based on sustainable energy. In 2015, the international community realized two significant milestones. One was the Sustainable Development Goals, and the other was the Paris Agreement. The SDGs and the Paris Agreement have provided us an ambitious framework to keep global warming within safe limits. They underscore that business as usual will not get us to where we have to be by 2030. The 7 SDG ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity for all is closely interconnected with other SDGs, such as those for health, education, and productivity. So, failing to achieve SDG 7 would mean failing to meet other SDGs as well. Lack of electricity is a matter of urgency. Without it, people lose out on the opportunity for having quality education, healthcare, and to earn livelihood. In line with the global agenda, our cooperation was developing the IMT-GT Sustainable Urban Development Framework, or we call it SUDF, 2019-2036, would guide the development of green cities and help achieve the objective of the environment pillar of the IMT-GT Vision 2036. Energy is one of the identified actions based on analysis of country development context, national policy targets, and city and province specific development status and priorities, which would accelerate the development of green and sustainable cities in the sub-region. The year 2036 may seem far, but in the context of energy infrastructure and climate change, it is just around the corner. In our sub-region, we need to realize an investment of $16.9 billion until 2036 to support the implementation of SUDF with a target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions of 6 million tons of CO2, fuel saving of 142 million liters, and reducing electricity consumption by 4.7 billion kilowatt hours. This is an enormous undertaking to be achieved in a narrow time frame. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the global target envision what our energy system need to look like in the future. Low carbon, renewables based, and high efficiency with universal access to all. We know that this will require a transition in many areas. How we source and consume energy must change. The transformation across sectors is needed. We need decisions on fuels and technologies to account for the full cost of air pollution and leverage clean energy to bring back clean air, water, and healthy communities. This global shift to low carbon and sustainable energy brings unprecedented opportunities that we can and should capitalize on. Currently, capital distribution is moving from fossil fuels toward renewable and sustainable energy. In relation with this, I would like to use this opportunity to put forward a few points. First, the energy transition ushers in new infrastructures and technologies. Renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies are reliable, cost-effective, and make sensible. The cost curve for technologies like wind, solar, and energy storage continues to drop. Both governments and the private sector will play pivotal roles in financing and deploying new clean energy projects. Second, renewable energy policies and institutional frameworks will lay the foundations for sustainable energy outlook. We should focus on energy security, economic prosperity, and social sustainability together with smart technologies and innovation. Third, to enable countries to reposition themselves on energy transition, there is one element that we cannot overlook: regional cooperation or sub-regional cooperation. When faced with the complexities of the advanced technologies, capacities, policies, and finance needed to usher us in the energy transition, countries cannot go it alone. Indonesia is currently making great efforts in establishing energy independence, in reducing dependence on fossil fuels with clean and sustainable energy. One of the efforts is through the use and application of biodiesel liability policy that started in 2018 with B20, meaning 20% contributed by biodiesel, and is now headed towards B20 and B50. The biodiesel program is aligned between an economic and environmental perspective so that Indonesia is able to achieve the renewable energy mix target of 23% by 2025, while simultaneously reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In this regard, it is hoped that this biodiesel policy will not only achieving the target mix, but also able to keep nature sustainable. All distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, geothermal energy has a unique role to play in the renewables domain. Compared to solar and wind, it is stable and can be used as baseload energy. It is dispatchable on demand and is not vulnerable to climate change. The levelized cost of energy is also very competitive. Geothermal energy has not enjoyed the same level of attention as other renewables. Geothermal energy has its shortfalls. Its large initial risk and upfront investment plus location specificity are disadvantaged compared to other renewables. But I believe that there are promising technologies innovations taking place nonetheless. Unlocking the full potential of geothermal energy requires a best fit solution that deftly combines technology, policies, regulation, and finance. That's one of the reasons why we have to join forces and mobilize all the collective knowledge we have. That's precisely why innovation in finance and policy is so vital. And I believe all of the speakers in this webinar also having the expertise on the geothermal energy. We should mobilize renewable energy and promote energy efficiency at the same time. Second, we need innovation not only in technology, but also in finance and policy making. Third, it is essential to strengthen partnership spanning various actors. Let me explain each point in detail. Renewable sources of energy and efficient energy system are now recognized not only as important and valuable options for energy supply, but also as a key resources for addressing global challenges, including universal energy access, energy security, and climate change. Ratio of renewable in our energy mix may indicate the extent to which the level of carbon emission reduction. Innovation in technology, finance, and policy. Technological innovation was and will continue to be the driving force for a decarbonized society. Renewable energy and innovative, efficient energy system stand at the center of global effort to shift toward green economies, poverty eradication, and ultimately sustainable development. As for financing, we need to scale up application of guarantees and insurance schemes. Similarly, we should work with funds like the ASEAN Green Catalyst Fund to share risks. On the policy side, public-private partnership, or PPP, policies that enable private sector participation are critical. Moreover, governments need to meet investors' demand for a reliable grid that delivers energy without delay or loss. Strengthen partnership. A global challenge calls for concerted action among all sectors of society, namely governments, the private sector, academia, and civil society. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In conclusion, unlocking the Earth's energy potential is not an easy task, but I assure you that if we join forces, we can achieve our goals. Innovations can break down barriers in technology, finance, and policy. Partnership can break down institutional barriers. Investing in people can make this all possible. I hope this event will provide an opportunity to build momentum and strengthen dialogue on policy, technical, and entrepreneurial approach to accelerating universal energy access and enhancing the use of efficient, renewable, and sustainable energy technologies. I wish you very fruitful webinar and discussions. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Pak Rizal, for your important remarks. Inshallah, Pak Rizal, we will do in a discussion later on. We will have a fruitful discussion this morning. So hopefully. Pak Rizal, we know that you are very busy, Pak, but before you leave us, I would like to invite you for photo session, Pak Rizal. So this is also the past practice in IMT-GT. So I would like to invite all our colleagues to open on your camera. So we will take the picture together with our Honorable Dr. Bapak Rizal Afandi Lukman. So in this regard, I will count until 3, and then our technician will take the camera. So before that, can we? This is the logo of IMT-GT. Can you show our logo IMT-GT like this? So the like this, yeah. So I will count until 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I will take one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rizal, everybody. And then, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you very much, Pak Rizal. My dear colleagues, distinguished guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. So we just had a very important remark from Pak Rizal just now. our chair, IMT-GT, Som. Hopefully, the guidance, as mentioned by Pak Rizal just now, we will discuss accordingly in our discussion today. So for the next program, so we will have a few agenda as we have distributed to our colleague. And so under agenda 3, so we have several speakers in agenda 3. We have number 1, Dr. Haruki Agustina from Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. And we have also Mr. Haris from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia. And then from Malaysia, we have Mr. Ibrahim Arifin from Strategic Planning Division, Sustainable Energy Development Authority Malaysia. And then from Thailand, we have the speakers, Mr. Mahipong Warakul, a senior geologist, Department of Groundwater Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. So under Agenda 3, so the discussion will be moderated by Dr. Samniang Muang Nil from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. By this, so I would like to invite Dr. Samniang to take the floor. Please, Dr. Samniang.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Samniang. Yes, clear. But a bit echo.
Is it better now?
Yes, yes. It's better now.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Let me just set my okay. Still echo, right?
Yes.
We will check, Dr. Samniang, from, okay.
Is it okay now?
Yes, I think it's okay now. Yes.
It better?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Director CIMT. Once again, I would like to extend my greeting to you all, and I would like to welcome all 4 speakers and everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the agenda item number 3 on the exploration and utilization of geothermal resources for GHG reduction. This agenda item will be regarding the sharing experiences from member countries. There will be 4 speakers as told by Director that there will be 2 speakers from Indonesia, 1 from Malaysia, and 1 from Thailand. And I believe that we still have 45 minutes for us to discuss on this agenda item. And first of all, let me just briefly introduce our speakers of first from Indonesia. The first one would be probably she would be the first person to speak on this agenda item is Dr. Haruki Agustina. She's Director of Contamination Recovery and Hazardous Waste Emergency Response, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. And she will be followed by Dr. Haruki. Dr. Haruki received her bachelor degrees in agriculture at Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia, then her master degree on in environmental engineering at Griffith University, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. And she received her doctoral degree in environmental science from University of Indonesia. She's been working at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia since 2001, while at the same time, she has been teaching at Bogor Agricultural University and University Sahid, Indonesia for almost 20 years until now. The second speaker from Indonesia will be Mr. Harris. He is Director of Geothermal Energy, Directorate General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. Okay, let me. I don't know whether the CV of the speakers can be displayed on the screen to save our time. Anyway, let me just briefly introduce Mr. Ibrahim Griffin. He is Director, Sustainable Energy Development Authority of Malaysia. He received Bachelor of Science in Electrical Power Engineering from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, New York, USA, and Master of Renewable Energy, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. He has a lot of experiences in the field. The last speaker, Mr. Mahipong Warakun, he is Senior Geologist, the Department of Groundwater Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. Mr. Mahipong received his Bachelor of Science and Master of Science from Chiang Mai University of Thailand, and he has been working with the Ministry of Natural Resources Environment for a long time, and a lot of experiences on this. So, as I said, we have been given 45 minutes, and I hope when we start the speakers will hear the bells. Someone from the secretariat will ring the bell, 2 bells, followed by 3 bells. Before we proceed with that, let me just briefly inform you about myself. I am Samniang Muang Nin, currently the environmental specialist at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Before that, I have been working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand for over 20 years, serving in several departments at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, like the Department of Treaties and Legal Affairs, the Department of Political Affairs, the Department of Southeast Asian Affairs, and the last the department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the Department of International Organizations. I also serve at the Royal Thai Embassy in Canberra, Australia, Royal Thai Embassy in Pretoria, South Africa, and also I initiated our mission in Madagascar and Antananarivo, Madagascar, and became the first chief of mission of Thailand's mission in Madagascar. Without If you, I noticed that there are several audience from the 3 countries and probably from around the world. If you have any questions, probably you can look at your screen and put the question right there. And as mentioned in the agenda updated agenda item itself, the first speaker will have 8 minutes, and followed by 8 minutes for the second speaker from Indonesia. And Secretariat will remind you whether you have taken your time or not. If I believe that this is okay to everyone, and probably we can keep our time to 45 minutes. Further ado, let me just turn the time over to Dr. Haruki Augustina from Indonesia, our first speaker today. She will give her account on waste to energy, utilizing solid waste as energy resources for Indonesia. Please, Dr. Haruki.
Thank you, Dr. Samneng. Very good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate to IMT-GT Secretariat who have this very valuable webinar. And also thank you to Honorable Pak Firdaus Dahlan, Director CIMT Putrajaya, who asked me to present whether this is not very related to the topic in this webinar, but in terms of renewable energy, I will deliver my presentation. Also, distinguished speakers and country presentation. So today we have two presenters, one from geothermal energy and one from myself. So can you have the secretariat to present my presentation, please? So I have a very limited time, only in 8 minutes. So in terms of renewable energy, Indonesia now has promoted to find an alternative energy from solid waste management. Next slide, please. So I have I have 2 topics in terms of renewable resources from solid waste management using by some technology. First is from power plant, and second is reuse derived fuel using by technology from thermal process. Next. So when we talk about the solid waste management, I think every country has facing some problem. Since public not participating for separating, segregating from the source. If you can see here, there are so many potential material as an alternative for energy. So Indonesia has produced about more than 65 million ton solid waste per year, then it's very potential. And also it is very problem around the city in Indonesia, since there's very little participation from public, lack of capacity, and also financial support. Next slide, please. So in terms of technology, Indonesia is still using most landfill technology for handling the solid waste, but from the landfill side, we also create potential energy by recovering methane from landfill side. So about more than 50% around city in Indonesia using the landfill site for with use the proper method by non-open dumping, meaning sanitary landfill that can cover methane capture. Next slide, please. This is the cities around our cooperation in Sumatra. They produce so many waste. Yeah, waste will be increased relative to the increasing of population exponentially. So as long as people don't change behavior, we will have so many kind and types of waste from the community. Next. So we promote the waste management technology. There's some application actually, like promoting 3I by recycling facility, and also we promote a waste bank to promote collecting and educate people to do segregation, separation from salt, and using the valuable material for another purposes. That's why we also promote recycling industry for plastic waste, composting, thermal technology, plastic fuel technology, and RDF, also waste to energy and landfill technology. This is we starting to promote around the city and working with the local government to have this facility to solve the problem on solid waste management. Next slide, please. So how the scheme of solid waste as an energy sources? There's two kind of technology. First is municipal solid waste power plant. There's one city has successful having management of solid waste from this kind of technology. They produce electricity, this which is Surabaya city. And the second is we implement RDF, use waste which have a caloric matter, and we use as some substitute fuel in coal-fired steam power plant and in the cement industry. So we use something like pellet as a fuel in the thermal process in industrial sector. Next slide, please. So there's a characteristic that we have to know first. I think a characteristic. First is organic waste can treat by biological treatment to provide the pellet and reduce the content of water and moist to increase the caloric matter. And also the thermal. We use such technology who already existed in some industry and such like cement or iron smelter or power plant. So we use such a technology with high temperature and substitute some fuel with the biomass or solid waste solid waste. Next. So from municipal solid waste power plant, next slide, please. Next. So we have a presidential decree to support, to promote 12 cities around Indonesia to have a thermal process or of waste to fuel by power plant in 12 cities. So we have a target up to 234 megawatt by using more than 16,000 ton waste per day. So one of the city in Sumatra that our focus on our coordinating under IMT-GT is Palembang. Next slide, please. So Palembang has on progress to set up the power, the incinerator technology to produce the electricity by managing of solid waste. They already conduct with the state electricity company and investor from abroad to invest the technology in Indonesia, because when we have high technology, we concern on the effectiveness and efficiency, also the financial support, because it will be impacted to the high cost. Next slide, please. So from the incinerator, as I told Surabaya, next. Surabaya is one of city who have implemented incineration process for treat the solid waste management by using incineration. They also recover the electricity from the heat incineration process. What is the benefit from this technology? Back this. So it can reduce the emission reduction. Back this. Back. But no. Back to. Back please. Back one more. So that's about reducing of carbon dioxide reduction emission is about 80,000 per year, yeah, by incineration. So I think as I assume the high technology can release very satisfied emission using by high technology. So the next is about improvement of a landfill methane gas utilization as energy sources. So there's 2 cities already implementing land gas power plant, which produce about 2 megawatt electricity, Surabaya and Semarang. Yeah, and we propose 110 city to have a sanitary landfill to produce methane and capture as a gas, and sometimes they use gas for cooking and for electricity. Next slide, please. Now I'm talking about the review derivative fuel. So the other technology is next slide, please. We treat solid waste as a alternative fuel to feedstock in the thermal process. So we focus on the waste which have a caloric value. So we doing segregation and find the caloric material, and we do biodigestion to reduce the water content and increase the calorimetric. Next slide, please. So there's some off-taker to handle, to use the product of RDF. First is power plant, second is cement industry, and other industries such as iron smelting. So they can use in thermal process to substitute fuel like coal or gas or whatever, using by waste pellet, yeah, as a raw material. It is very potential in the power plant near 8,000 tons per day. They can use waste pellet as an alternative fuel. Next. So, but there's some next slide, please. But there is some consideration. It's only 5%. We can use waste as a co-firing in the coal plant. It means to get a good product, good emission. It's only 5%. We can use waste pellet as a substitute of fuel. Next slide, please. This is the figure, the distribution of power plant in Indonesia, meaning that very potential to manage a solid waste as a pellet to substitute coal in the power plant. So it will reduce. I mean, it will solve some of solution of solid waste management around the city in Indonesia. So you can see here. It is very green emission, yeah, to reduce the CO2 emission and also increase energy renewable. Next slide, please. So also we have a milestone or roadmap to work together with the power plant by using the solid waste pellet. There's already running now. We discussed with the power plant in Sumatra. Next. In terms of utilization of waste in industrial sector, because technology of incinerator or cement plant, a very high technology, it can push or reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. Because also they have a very satisfied technology to control emission. Next slide, please. And next slide. As I told to you, there's a consideration to use solid waste as a co-firing coal. It's only 5%. Meaning, the objection is to control the emission and also quality of the product and also the stability of process. That's why it's on our analysis is only 5%. Is the base that we can use a solid waste as alternative fuel. Next slide, please. So in the next figure, you can see here. So in the kiln, the red color, this is the kiln that they can use waste pellet as a substitute fuel. Yeah, mixing with the coal. Yeah. Under the in this kiln, the temperature is about more than 1,200 degrees, so everything can be burned very satisfying. Next slide, please. This is the process how we make a pellet. This is the project actually in Cilacap, center of Java. So they collect and doing separation. We have a biodigester technology to reduce the water content and moist, and doing pellet using with pelletizer machine and send it to the cement kiln, and they control emission and product. Next slide, please. So this is next slide. Now this is the RDF program in Cilacap. We have West Bank. We work together with Scavenger and West Bank to do separation. Choose the caloric material, and the rest is sent to the landfill. They're doing treatment, and they're doing pelletizer and send it to the kiln cement for feeding in the kiln. Next slide, please. This is the advantage of Cilacap Regency by using RDF working with the cement kiln. It can reduce the waste. The waste. I mean, it can manage waste in the proper manner about 77%, and waste reduction by using by promoting 3R is about 30%, and handle in cement kiln is about 64%. That meaning can provide energy. And the rest, the waste sent to the landfill. It can make a lifetime of landfill longer than business as usual. Next slide, please. This is the benefit of energy potential from RDF. As you can see here, it's very high calorie matter to as renewable energy to substitute coal in the industrial sector. Next slide, please. So if we can see here. What is the benefit of emission reduction of carbon dioxide? Here from the RDF, they can reduce about 11,000 carbon dioxide per year. It's very potential. Next slide, please. So what is the challenge? So by promoting sustainable energy from solid waste, so we have to educate people, to understand which one raw material is we have a valuable matter, and also there is economical circular we can promote by implementing TR process. Also, we have to invest satisfied technology, and in the downstream, identification and mapping of demand. So I think every city, we have more than 500 city and agency around Indonesia. They have problem on solid waste management. I think this is very soluble innovation of renewable energy from solid waste management. Also, technology support need to make this program successful. I think the other side is price and supply chains also consider to make everyone like to do segregation, and there's economical value when they're doing segregation from the solid waste. I think that's all my presentation. This can make you improve our experience on solid waste management. I think the issue geothermal resources will be presented by Pak Haris from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haruki. I think we should go straight to the second speaker from Indonesia, who will speak on the exploration and utilization of geothermal resources from environmental protection perspective, Indonesian experiences. Please, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. So good morning, all of you. So I would like to share information related to the development of geothermal Indonesia in terms to meet our national target in emission reduction. So next, please. So any problem? Hello? Can you move to the next slide? Okay. Yeah, next, please. I think based on our, yeah. I share screen from Indonesia side. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Indonesia already has a commitment, a strong commitment to reduce emission by 2030. So to reduce our emission in national level about more than 834 million ton CO2 emission. And then from energy sector, we try to reduce about 314 million ton until 398 million ton. So what we try to do to reduce the emission in the energy sector, we try to develop renewable energy, try to develop energy efficiency, and also implementing the green technology in the energy sector. So this is our target, and also the government already have achievement in until 2020. We already achieve about 64 million ton CO2 emission from energy sector from the activity that I already mentioned before. So in this case, you can see here in the slide. So the this chart mentioned about our target of renewable energy development until 2030. So now we are in 11% of the share of renewable energy in national energy mix, and then our target in 2025 is about 23%. And we make a projection until 2030, and we try to achieve 28% in renewable energy for electricity sector and then also for fuel. You can see here, this is the dark green here is biofuel, and then the rest is electricity. And this is the impact we hope that from the implementation of renewable energy, we try to reduce our target of emission reduction in 2030 about 314 million ton from the energy sector. So by implementing this kind of program, so the electricity from renewable energy, energy efficiency, and then utilization of biofuel, like you already know, in Indonesia now we develop 30% of biodiesel mix in diesel fuel. And then we are also try to develop a new program. So we have a co-firing program, biomass, to reduce the use of coal in coal-fired power plant. We are also try to implement electric vehicle, and then also try to continue to use the low carbon fuel, and then also continue to use the green technology. Yeah, this is our national achievement of renewable energy implementation in national level. So 11%, 11.2% of renewable energy, but the rest you can see here. So we are still high depend on coal, 38%, and then gas, 19%, and this is for oil, or we still has a high share now, but we try to do the best effort to reduce the use of oil, especially for the electricity, because now we are still has about 2,000 megawatt electricity in the national, still using oil, especially in the remote area. More specific in geothermal, so Indonesia has the total potential is about 23,000 megawatt. We have a potential, but now we implement about 2,130 megawatt now. So Indonesia, the second largest of the country, they use geothermal as electricity source. And we have about 64 working area, and then also 14 working for the we have also a program to for the exploration, only for the exploration. So there is a 14 area. So this is our geothermal area. And then in 2020 we has investment about 0.7 billion US dollar, and then now we are also, in terms of regulation, we are still try to increase the quality of our regulation, especially to accelerate more renewable energy implementation. So from 2,130 megawatt of the existing power plant for geothermal now, has a production electricity is about 15.9 terawatt hour. So this is from the electricity production, and we also has a production for steam. It's about 110 million ton in 2020. And we also has a non-tax revenue. It's about 1.9 trillion rupiah. Related to the planning to develop more, to accelerate more geothermal until 2030. So we already has, we call it RUEN. So this is National Energy Planning. But this National Energy Planning we set in 2014, we are still have a scenario for high GDP growth, but they actually, so in 2020, 2019, the growth of GDP is not so high. So we make a revision of the target. So you can see here for the especially for geothermal. Actually, in RUEN we try to achieve the target in 2030 about 9.3 gigawatt or 9,300 megawatt of geothermal. But because there is some progress related to the low demand because of COVID and many others reasons, so we try to achieve this target 9,300 megawatt in 2035. And then you can see here our planning to implement every year. In 2021, we targeted to COD about 196 megawatt for geothermal, and then until 2030 and 2035. Okay. So we has also several challenges in implementing this renewable energy, especially for geothermal in Indonesia. So like you can see here, many location of geothermal in the conservation forest, tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra. And then we also have a challenge related to the social issue, related to the exploration risk because still high, and then also the cost of efficiency and project competitiveness for geothermal because still high the price from the geothermal because the high risk, and then also the local electricity demand. We have several program actually to boost the implementation of geothermal in Indonesia, because Indonesia has the largest potential of geothermal in the world, and then now in Indonesia is the second large for implementing geothermal. So now we have a program, a government exploration drilling. So this program is aimed to reduce the cost of electricity from geothermal. So the high risk in the exploration step, so the government will take this risk. And the program now we targeted to develop about 22 working area by implementing government exploration drilling. So we hope that when we invite the private company or also state-owned company to develop renewable energy, especially in the geothermal, so we expect that the price is not so high. So we expected that the price is lower than 10 cents US dollar per kilowatt hour. And then we also provide the PSP fund this is also a new mechanism in Indonesia to boost the implementation of renewable energy, and we also has the geothermal resource risk mitigation in terms of to accelerate also. And we also program to develop a synergy between the state-owned company, and I would like to inform you that in Indonesia there is 3 state-owned company have good progress in the implementing geothermal. So we try to make a synergy, and also we try to optimize the existing resource now, existing working area that already has progress and then produce electricity. So by developing expansion and then also develop the small scale of power plant or binary small scale. So we are already has development in 15 megawatt and then also 10 megawatt. So this kind of a program we try to accelerate until 2030 and then until 2035 to accelerate more renewable energy, especially in the geothermal, because we know that geothermal is one of the renewable energy that have a very high capacity factor, so we can develop until 95% of availability factor of geothermal to produce electricity, green electricity. Then Indonesia has some large potential there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Mr. Harris. I know that probably if you want to go into details, maybe if I can give you one full day, you can talk.
Okay.
One full day we can talk about this.
Yeah,
I think it seemed to me that we have exceeded our time a little bit. I want to ask the host if we are allowed to have a little bit of extra time for the remaining 2 speakers. But anyway, I'll try to. I hope the bell will ring twice again before they finish the presentation. Let me now move to Malaysia. Please, I would like to invite Mr. Ibrahim Arifin to talk about geothermal potential in Malaysia. Please, Arifin.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Samnia. Thank you, Dr. Samnia. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Encik Firdaus Dahlan, Director of CIMT, and dear delegates and audience for today. Just a quick introduction. I'm Ibrahim Arifin. I am from Sustainable Energy Development Authority Malaysia, or in short, SEDA Malaysia. Just a background on the SEDA Malaysia. Actually, SEDA Malaysia is a entity to drive the renewable energy agenda, and we are under the Ministry of Energy of Malaysia. So, let me share my screen. Can I confirm if you can see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay, right. So before we go straight to the geothermal potential, I just would like to share on the Malaysian aspiration on the RE targets. So in line with the Paris Agreement and also towards the decarbonization aspiration of Malaysia, we are aiming for 31% of renewable energy capacity by 2035 and 40% by 2035. And previously, before that, I just would like to say that Malaysia has started embarking on their RE journey since 2001, and we have these programs called the Small Renewable Energy Power, which mainly we are focusing on bioenergy and hydro potentials. And following and moving to 2010 and 2011, Malaysia has established the 2 acts. One is the Renewable Energy Act 2011 to introduce the paid-in tariff mechanism, and also the SEDA Act. SEDA Act is the authority given to the SEDA itself to manage the FIT mechanism. So under this during the early years of the FIT years, the RE potentials that we are exploring is mainly just on the 4 types, which is the solar, hydro, biomass, and biogas. But later on in 2014, after some feasibility studies on geothermal is done, we have included geothermal also as part of the FIT mechanism. And following from 2016 and onwards, the main agenda on the renewable energy is focusing more on solar PV technology, which we are focusing more, we have establishing the platform of large-scale solar initiative, net energy metering and Celco to promote self-sustained PV consumptions. So as of now, 2020, initially we are targeting for 5%, but actually after discussing during the ASEAN platform, when we have included the large hydro capacity in Malaysia, we are already at 23% at the moment. So until 2035, which is 4 years down the road, we are still having about 8% of gap that we need to fill, which is translated to about 4 gigawatt of RE capacity by then. So looking at the potential of the RE resources in Malaysia, the main source that we are exploring is solar PV, which we identify about 270 gigawatt in total. This is just the technical potential, and it includes the ground-mounted potential, floating potentials, and also the rooftop potentials. And followed by that is the large hydro and bioenergy. And as we can see, geothermal also has been identified as one of the potential, but due to the geographical location of Malaysia itself, the potentials are a bit site-specific and rather limited. Currently, based on the assessment done by a few parties, we already identified the geothermal potential at 2 areas. One in Sabah, is at the east of Malaysia. As you can see, the one in the purple shape, and another one is on the west coast side in Perak. So cumulatively, the total of potential is about 300 megawatt, and we are still at the phase of exploring the potential further. So these are the total potential, as I mentioned earlier, that we have these 2 sites, one in Uluslim, Perak, which have the potential of 162 megawatt, and currently there are some feasibility study done. The magnetotelluric survey has been done, and the electromagnetic study also has been done, and we have identified the potential. The flash from the potential is about 31 to 94 degrees. And currently, the place is actually a recreational area where they have opened the hot spring for public. And based on our engagement with the state office, somehow they have some challenges in approving for the deployment of this geothermal potential, because it's a bit conflict with the tourism sector. Because on one hand, the state of Perak would like to develop the area for tourism center, in which they are planning to build more like resort facilities and hotel facilities to attract people for the hot spring benefits. On the other hand, under the different ministry, we are exploring for the potential on harnessing the geothermal sources as one of the energy potentials. So currently, the 2 ministries are still discussing in terms of how to synchronize the plan for each other. So at the moment, the study has been done, but the study is limited for some area only. So far, based on the feasibility study done, the potential of this area is about 67 megawatt. However, looking at the demographic of the location, the private entities has anticipated about 162 megawatt potential in total. And looking next on Tawau, the next site is on the Tawau. They have the 143 megawatt of potential. Mainly, there are 2 sites. As you can see in the picture on the right, is nearby the Mount Maria location. The Mount Maria is actually one of the 3 volcanic mountains in Sabah. So we can around the area, there are few currently the hot wells, and one is at the Apas Kiri with the potential of 98 megawatt. And for this site, Apas Kiri site, several assessment has been done, and one drilling point assessment has been done back in 2010. But however, the confidence level are still not there yet to proceed with the implementation of the projects. And the temperature is relatively good compared to the Uluslim just now. where the temperature based on this testing done is about 180 to 230 degrees of potential are there. So we can explore the relevant technology that we can utilize to exploit this potential. And the second site in Sabah, nearby also in the Apas Kiri area, is the Sungai Jepun with the potential of 45 megawatt. But this is for still preliminary and no detailed assessment has been done yet. So I can for anyone who is interested to know more details about this study, that the report of the study done, maybe you can just PM email me or something, and I can share you the report of this study. So these are the technology that we have been explored, but these are depending for more comprehensive assessment to see what's the suitable technology that can be used at the respective site to explore the geothermal potential. Currently, we are exploring on the dry steam cycle, flash steam cycle, and also the binary cycle. But most likely, we are exploring on the binary cycle because looking on the geographical locations and the potential of the geothermal potential there, we can see that the binary seems like the most feasible technology to explore the potential. And this just on the planning phases. Before this, we have started on phase 1 back in 2010, where we are starting with the desktop evaluation, preliminary site investigation. A team has been sent to the dedicated site at both Perak and Sabah to see the potential and the physical attributes of the location, and to assess also on the type of the rocks there. So from this phase 1 assessment, two promising sites has been identified, which is at the 2 level, the Sabah and the Perak ones. So based on this phase 1 performance, we only achieve about 20 to 30% of the confidence level, which are not deemed as not sufficient to proceed with the project implementation yet. Thus, we move on to phase 2A, and we already conducted about 15 months exploration on this matter, where we conduct the MT and TDM testing, and also the other required geothermal testing, which include the resistivity and gravity modeling and previsibility study. So based on this phase 2A study, the potential that we can see is, as mentioned earlier, about 300 megawatt has been identified at these 2 locations, and 1 drilling target has been identified in Sabah and has been conducted, but unfortunately the drilling target at the 1 location deemed as not really sufficient. They has the potential, but somehow when we conduct the drilling targets, it might not really be accurate, the locations. Thus the potential are not really there. So we have identified another 6 points for this drilling targets, but the main concern is on the fund, because like at the moment, there are no special grants or special allowance from the government to support on this drilling targets, because based on our assessment that the drilling cost quite a lot, and currently the private entities are a bit reserved to spend the investment for this purpose of drilling targets if they have not get the commitment from the top that they are guaranteed the project after getting the drilling done. So currently, some engagement with the ministry and also the private entities have been done to further look into what mechanism can be used to incentivize or to support the drilling cost requirements. So at the moment, we only stop at the phase 2A. We are not able to move on to phase 2B, where we would like to go more details on the exploratory drillings and to start with the pilot projects. But however, based on our long-term renewable energy transition roadmap, we are anticipating to start deploying on the geothermal potential from 2025, and we are hoping to harness at least about half of the potential capacity by 2035. So this is just my end remarks. So geothermal as renewable energy has been gazetted in the Renewable Energy Act 2011, and we already include it under the feed-in tariff mechanism because based on the assessment done that the harnessing the geothermal is a bit premium. The tariff is required a bit premium tariff to support the geothermal energy, and based on our consensus at the moment, rather than to spend the high premium tariff for the geothermal, we are trying to utilize the RE fund, the renewable energy fund that we have, for other relatively more competitive tariff renewable energy, which is on the solar, hydro, and bioenergy. And at the moment, we are together with all the relevant authorities. We are discussing and to see what's the strategies that are best work to move on with the potentials and elevating the challenges, mainly from the state directions and also the fund challenges. And in ensuring the electricity remains low, resources with more competitive price are prioritized, as mentioned earlier, which is solar, hydro, and bioenergy. But we are also currently we are prioritizing these three types of renewable energy, but we also are doing some feasibility study further to get the higher confidence level on geothermal before we proceed with project implementation. So that's all from me. So maybe I can pass back to, so this is my contact details. If you would like to understand more on the assessment done for the two sites, please feel free to contact me either via email or via my phone number. So thank you, and I pass back to Dr. Samniang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arifin.
Okay.
I appreciate that you spent less than 15 minutes for that.
Yeah, try to limit
Yes.
the time.
I think that the Secretariat should give the bouquet to you for the concise presentation and complete it in time. Thank you. I think I will. I hope that all the three speakers already presented will give the copies of presentation to the CIMT for just in case anybody who would be interested in obtaining a copy of that for further information and further study. They can get from CIMT. Thank you. I hope so. And without wasting time, I would like to go to the last speaker for today under this agenda item, Mr. Mahipong Warakun, who will speak about the exploration of geothermal resources and environmental protection in Thailand. This is from Thailand experience. Please welcome Mr. Mahipong Warakun.
Thank you, Dr. Samniang, Mr. Moderator. Since I have made some change of my presentation, so I would like to control my presentation myself by sharing the screen. Okay. My topic is an exploration of geothermal resources and environmental protection in Thailand. Actually, the geothermal have been found as the natural resources by local folk. Excuse me, do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, because I use the microphone in the conference room, not for my laptop. And after
I can hear you too.
Okay, after they found the hot spring, many places have been modified like for the tourism developed for the tourism for the local village. In Thailand, that we have found the hot spring mostly in the north of Thailand, and also in some part of on the west and some area in the south. But the high temperature by the red circle almost located in the north of Thailand in Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, Mae Hong Son province. This is the location of the hot spring in north of Thailand. And in the south, we found only 3 in Phang Nga province and two spots in Surat Thani province. The systematically study start in 1979 by the Electrical Generating Authority of Thailand in cooperation with JICA and Department of Geological Science, Chiang Mai University. But the potential of this site after evaluation was not good, was not good, only 10 or something, but in compare with the investment that will be so big, so the project was suspended. And after that, after 30 years, IGAT transfer these wells to the local authority to manage the tourism instead, and it has been successfully operated. In 1989, the similar project was successfully operated in Phang district. The 300 kilowatt of binary geothermal power plant was operated, but the capacity now has been enhanced to 1.3 million kilowatt of the electricity distribution grid line for in that district. And the similar project were installed in Chiang Rai and Mae Hong Son province as well. This is a binary system in Phang district that I just mentioned. In the year 2011, the Department of Groundwater Resources has initiated the study and investigation of hot spring sources for promoting geothermal energy generation and local industry. Local industry, I mean the construction of the greenhouse, the heating greenhouse to dry some agricultural products like tobacco and longan. The investigations started from the selection of the potential site of natural hot spring in Thailand. We have the 16 localities. Then we make a survey for the socio-economic analysis and group discussion. And we have conducted the geological survey, hydrogeological survey, and water sampling to analyze the water quality and its physical property like temperature and conductivity. And then we construct the GIS database and analysis of the heat potential and setting up the priority of the sites and testing borehole during. The criteria that we use to make a priority are the surface temperature of the hot spring, the flow rate of hot spring, the temperature of heat source, and the presence of sinter. Sinter is some kind of the chemical deposition of the silica and carbonate. That this is the indicator for hot spring. And we use the existing borehole information, subsurface temperature and hot water discharge from well, and geological setting and structure of geology. Actually, the hot spring in Thailand is shipped out in the area that we have fault is a geological structure. We selected six or seven that have a high potential and make a rating the surface temperature, the estimated reservoir temperature, and the size of the hot spring and well area, the flow of spring or well, and the geology and geophysics investigation, and cooling water available. And then we get the MH05 at Muang Re site in Pai district, Mae Son province. It's because of the high score. This is a drilling site, and then we have run the magnetotelluric, which is one type of the high technology geophysical survey, geophysical method. And you can see at the drilling site we have the very quite low resistivity, so that it is the good choice to select this site. And we prepare to drill a well. Yeah, this is we drill to 1,000 meters with the different well diameter in each depth. We have an integrated depth. We also have made a lithologic logging, and we have made geophysical wildlife logging. We measure the temperature, the single point resistivity, short normal, long normal resistivity, and gamma, and also spontaneous. We measure the core temperature for decision for is a hot dry rock or not. We measure fluid temperature and rock quality designation or RQD to make a decision of the quality of rock. This is the picture show that we run the geophysical logging, borehole geophysical logging. Yeah, this is example. So this is the hottest known geothermal system in Thailand. Up to now, after 10 years, we have not go any further research. We just in 10 years, last 10 years, we just make a technical prospecting for geothermal, potential geothermal to resource only. Now come to the groundwater in environmental protection. Because It is a Department of Groundwater Resources, so I will focus on groundwater and environmental protection only. We protect groundwater using Groundwater Acts. The Groundwater Acts firstly announced for enforcement in 1977. At that time, it is under the Minister of Industry, Department of Mineral Resources. And the first amendment is in 1992. The second amendment, after we have Department of Groundwater Resources, the Groundwater Act was transferred from Ministry of Industry to Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. In the second amendment, we add the groundwater conservation fee in the area of Bangkok and its vicinity, which it is the crisis or critical area for groundwater exploitation. Groundwater Acts apply to all groundwater user. Groundwater user will be charged of groundwater use in order to control the groundwater consumption on and over exploitation. According to the groundwater law, water resources below 15 meters is groundwater, but before 15 meters, people can use without any permission. You can drill your well. Any groundwater affairs like drilling, pumping must be permitted by groundwater committee. And three categories of groundwater users: for household use, for agriculture, for business or industry will be charged. But some categories will be exempted or deduct groundwater fees, such for example, in the area that you don't have any tap water that provided by the government agency. You pay nothing for groundwater. But in the area that we have the government water work, you have to pay. But for agriculture, it's in some cases it will be free of charge. That is some example. Groundwater Act said that during a groundwater well must be licensed by authorized committee assigned by Director General of Department of Groundwater Resources with the drilling license, water use license, or draining water to well license. The dealers must pass the training on groundwater technical knowledge. The qualified dealer will hold the license issued by Department of Groundwater Resources. And the punishment will be applied to dealer if she or he drill a well without the permission, or person who draws groundwater in the area where it's prohibited will be imprisoned and fined and etc. That the Groundwater Act is one method of environmental protection, but for another protection, we still monitoring the groundwater use, groundwater level, groundwater quality change. We have a groundwater monitoring network in Thailand. The total is, this is the old number, the total station is now 2,300 stations and more than 3,500 wells have been set to be the monitoring well. One station may include 2 or 8 wells per station. And we have both some stations that have several wells. Yeah, this is automatic recorder. DGR targets to install the monitoring well in every aquifer. We keep studying and investigating for the new aquifer. This is the information of the groundwater safe view in Thailand. We have the groundwater storage. It is 1.137 thousand million cubic meters. And annual recharge calculated from precipitation, soil type, land use, runoff, evapotranspiration. We have the annual recharge is 72, almost 23,000 million cubic meter. And the annual groundwater safe view, I cannot see the picture because the screen. Sorry. Yes, we have a 45,385 million cubic meter. The safe view mean about the 60% of the annual recharge. Come to the groundwater utilization in Thailand up to now. The domestic use is 1,223 million cubic meter. The industrial use is 777 million cubic meter. For agriculture use, it's 20,741 million cubic meter. The estimation of total groundwater utilization in Thailand is about 14,741 million cubic meter, which is still much less than the annual recharge and safe view. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kun Mai Pong, for very good presentation. And it seems that there's a lot of information to share about geothermal resources in Thailand. And due to lack of time, we won't be able to or he won't be able to share with you all the information he probably would like to. It seems that there is some questions raised. I see here. I don't know how could we respond to it. Would you like to refer direct to the person who put the question? Hello. there's also that to me, what I'm looking at here is there's the question raised by Mr. Iwan from Indonesia, Mr. Fefria Tanba also from Indonesia, Christian Ismail from Indonesia. How do I know the question? Maybe there's these three persons should put the question direct to the speakers themselves. Hello. Are there some questions? Can
Just now there are two questions from Mr. Fredolin Javino.
Yes.
Yeah, both questions are from Mr. Fredolin Javino, and they're asking about what's the future plan for the two sites in Malaysia, the one that mentioned earlier, and the Sabah area and also the Perak. What are the future plans? So I've responded in the chat box, but if I can just respond here, that yeah, the future plans are currently for the both sides. They have a different approach. I will just start with the Perak one first. In the Perak, currently we are getting the agreement from the state of Perak to proceed with the implementation of geothermal energy there, because like as mentioned also earlier, that currently the decision by state Perak is that they want to develop the tourism center within the geothermal potential area, and thus the implementation of geothermal energy there is a bit conflicting with their agenda. So currently we are see if the both plans can be cohabitate and can coexist together. So as we try to explore if the geothermal plants can be as one of the attraction for people to complement with the tourism agenda of the state of Perak. So that's one, and another one is that the feasibility study done is still on the preliminary phase. So we encourage the private entities that would like to pursue on this development of projects to further invest for the drilling and the feasibility study. And for the Sabah side, currently the assessment is a bit on the advanced level. We already completed on the drilling point, already set one drilling point. But however, the potential are still limited, and due to the location of the site and the grid connection facility, deploying on the small scale project is not really economical. So we are trying to packaging about 30 megawatt of capacity at least for a start, and to make it more feasible in terms of for the investment to establish the grid connection facility from the potential site to the grid connection facility. So we are still on this discussion phase, and to see try to get some funds from the government to support the feasibility study that required to obtain the higher confidence level for this site, the Sabah site.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Saming, may I ask my colleague from Malaysia, Mr. Ibrahim?
Yep.
I would like to know how much you expect the price of electricity from geothermal in 300 megawatts you already mentioned before.
Like currently, under the FIT scheme, we are allocating about 45 Malaysia cents kilowatt hour. So I would say it's about I don't know, about 13 cents USD per kilowatt hour.
Okay.
But how do you think is the price? Do you think it's a good price or relatively low for geothermal?
So far, yes. So in the recent case, now we are for the new contract in Indonesia, the price is about 12 or 13 cent per US dollar
Okay.
per kilowatt hour. But now we try to accelerate more renewable geothermal by introducing a government drilling program, like I mentioned before, to reduce the price of geothermal to below 10 cent US dollar per kilowatt hour.
I see.
Yeah, because we know that the another renewable energy like solar is more competitive now. In Indonesia case is about there is market sounding is about 3.17 cent US dollar. 3.7.
Okay.
3.7.
3.7. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the good things in Indonesia, because as your presentation just now, you can see that the potential of geothermal is relatively large compared to in Malaysia. So in terms of, I guess one of the challenges is to get the economy of scale to bring the price down. But at the moment to catalyze the geothermal energy, we are at the moment we are still stick with the 13 cent US dollar per kilowatt hour. And we hope that this price is feasible for the project implementation. But from time to time, we will try to gauge on the latest technology that prevails when we are about to deploy on the project.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aris.
Thank you, Pak Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. I see here that you seeing that there is 10 questions. I doubt if the speakers can read the questions if they have put up on the screen. If they can read the questions, maybe the speakers from Indonesia, Thailand, or Malaysia can respond to the questions directly. Can they see it? Can they see them?
Dr. Seming, there's another question from Mr. Fredolin also. Any possible collaboration with IMT-GT and NQ for the next plan for Malaysia?
Yes, please go.
Maybe, like from SEDA, we love to collaborate with any parties that can further accelerate on this geothermal potential. But maybe I can leave the response to Encik Firdaus Dahlan. Maybe you can respond on Malaysia behalf.
Yeah.
I have a question again related. Halo, Pak. Hello, Mr. Chairman. May I have a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I would like also to know that from Thailand and then also from Malaysia. So do you have planning to also develop the direct use of geothermal? Because so far we only develop indirect use for the electricity system, but not for direct use of geothermal, like for the agriculture, for tourism, and any others.
So who will take the questions first, Malaysia or Thailand, please?
Pak Ibrahim, do you have planning also to develop more geothermal for direct use, like for the tourism, for the agriculture, for others purpose of geothermal?
Because the main challenges currently, because the location at the two sites are a bit far away from demand center. So the potential, we can try to explore the potential, but just for the local consumption. Because like currently in Perak, for example, nearby the Ulu Slim Perak, there are few, like currently there are some hot spring resort. Yeah, maybe we can try to explore for a smaller scale and to provide for self-consumption first for the resort center. So that will be one of the way forward that that we are discussing at the moment, just to see on the feasibility for the technology and the potential there.
Thank you, Mr. Arifin. I'd say in the case of Thailand, you have seen from his presentation, about the direct use of geothermal resources for tourism. But I would like to ask Mr. Mahipong to just respond to the question on this, the direct use of geothermal resources for tourism or any other purposes. Thank you. Mr. Mahipong, please.
Excuse me, Dr.
Is he still there?
Excuse me, Dr. Samniang. Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Samniang.
Yes.
Sorry, because we have a few speakers more to speak. I think that if Thailand is not ready to answer the question now, maybe we will go back to under agenda 8. We will have the Q&A under agenda 8. So we will answer the questions from the floors. So if you can, Dr. Samniang can conclude the summarize a little bit about the discussion. And then if any question from the floor later on, we will answer under agenda 8 because we allocate the time for Q&A. You're still mute, Dr. Samniang.
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's a very fine, very good. And I think the audience and all the participants have heard what the distinguished speakers have presented to you about both energy, renewable energy, waste energy, and geothermal resources and potentials. All of this very useful information and not only for our triangle, but all over the world. I think this is an important issue. And experiences on the exploration and utilization of geothermal resources shared by all the 4 speakers are really important and beneficial for the entire area of our GMT IMT triangle. I hope the audience will learn a lot from their presentation. And if you have any further questions concerning these topics, you can either contact them directly or through CIMT, I believe. The copies of their presentation, as I mentioned earlier, probably would have been delivered to the CIMT for information. Once again, I would like to thank all the 4 speakers, Dr. Haruki Augustina, Mr. Harris, Mr. Ibrahim Arifin, and Kun Mahipong Warakun from Thailand. The first 2 from Indonesia, and Mr. Harris from Indonesia, for their insightful and fruitful contributions through their presentation. And lastly, I would like to thank all the participants for their interest in following this agenda item. I would now like to hand over the task to the host for the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samniang. This is very interesting discussion under the agenda 3. Unfortunately, we have not much time to discuss under this. Indeed, under the moderation, under your in moderating the discussion, Dr. Samniang, I think that we have more and more information, and also the question from the floor to us about this one. So anyway, if anything, the question later on we will discuss under the agenda 8. We will give more opportunity for the participant to ask. Thank you very much, Dr. Samniang, for your
pleasure
in moderating this session. And as a diplomat, I noticed you are a diplomat. This is very excellent, and around the reward as well. Thank you very much for your time in moderating this session. And now let we proceed to the next agenda item, agenda 4. So in our agenda now, the ASEAN Secretariat will have the presentation promoting geothermal resources and ASEAN energy outlook. So with us, we have our colleague from ASEAN Secretariat, Miss Mary Jill Desagon. Mary Jill Desagon is Assistant Director and Head of Energy and Mineral Division at the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta, responsible for regional cooperation in energy and also mineral sectors. She has long history with the energy sectors, having worked at the infrastructure staff of the Philippine National Economic Development Authority, the Philippine Department of Energy, and the Power Sector's Asset and Liabilities Management Corporation during the liberalization of the Philippine energy sectors and during the deliberation and later implementation of the restructuring and reform of the electric power industry. So I believe that our speakers, Ms. Mary, has experience in this one, besides in ASEAN Secretariat and also beyond that. So due to our limited of time, I would like to invite our colleague speakers, Ms. Maria Jill Desagon, to have presentation. The floor is yours, Mary.
Thank you, Pa. Good morning again to everyone. I will be very quick. I'm conscious that it's almost, I have little time left, but that's okay, because for this presentation, I'm just going to focus on an overview of what geothermal, of the niche of geothermal energy in ASEAN energy cooperation. So I'm not an expert in geothermal development at all. I come to the sector, even if I've worked in the sector for more than 20 years, I come to the sector as a generalist, and I've worked in different capacities. So for this webinar, rather for this session, perhaps if we can request the help of the Secretariat to put on the screen the presentation, if that's okay. So yes, so for this presentation, in the end, we chose to sort of be very general, to just situate geothermal energy in ASEAN cooperation. One of the reasons is I know that in the agenda, you had mentioned very specifically that it's geothermal energy as it relates to the outlook for renewable energy in ASEAN. That roadmap was developed sometime in 2016 and 2017, and as you might be aware, the new ASEAN Energy Outlook has already prepared by the ASEAN Center for Energy has already come out. So we thought that it would be better to perhaps give you an overview of the latest proceedings in the ASEAN Energy Cooperation. Next slide, please. So the outline, very simple. The context, will give you a very brief sort of overview of the recently adopted ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation that covers 2021 and 2025. This is what's called APAEC Phase 2. And also the ASEAN Energy Outlook 6. Both were released in 2020. And then an overall sort of situationer on geothermal, how geothermal energy is being viewed, and in a sense, what kind of initiatives are there at the ASEAN level. Next slide, please. So for this, this is the APAEC or ASEAN Plan of Energy Cooperation Phase 2, 2021-2025. I know the previous speaker from Malaysia had referred to this as being the basis of their recalibration of their renewable energy targets. And this this APAEC was endorsed just recently in November 2020 during the ASEAN Energy Ministers meeting. And there's a particular sub-theme that has been adopted. And this is to accelerate energy transition and strengthen energy resilience through greater innovation and cooperation. And this sectoral work plan will serve as the blueprint for ASEAN for the long-term transformation of ASEAN's energy landscape towards a sustainable future. The release of this sectoral work plan was also complemented by the release of the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook, as I had mentioned. And there are two major targets, regional targets that could be that would be very relevant for this as an overview of geothermal development. One is the target to reduce energy intensity, the regional target to reduce energy intensity by 32% by 2025, and also, more importantly, the target to increase the share of total installed power capacity in ASEAN to 35% by 2025. That will contribute to the already existing aspirational renewable energy share target of 23% in the total primary energy supply. If we go to the next slide, this is the slide that just summarizes the key strategies of this sectoral work plan. And you would see that it covers all of the subsectors, basically of the energy sector. And one of that, so this covers of course, the ASEAN power grid and power sector development, and the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, which also, of course, covers oil and gas, clean coal technology, energy efficiency and conservation. And then we have renewable energy, where, of course, we all know geothermal is part. And then the regional energy policy and planning, plus the civilian nuclear energy program. So this, all in all, these are 7 program areas. Next slide, please. So specific to the program area on renewable energy, you would see here that for the ASEAN, there are 6 outcome-based strategies. And one of the outcome-based strategies is to, of course, advance the renewable energy policy and develop the decarbonization pathway for the ASEAN member states. And major action plans for this is to publish the ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook and to then develop the long-term ASEAN Renewable Energy Roadmap. I think this is the one that would be very relevant to the webinar, because there was an expectation that we would be sort of focusing on the renewable energy outlook as it relates to geothermal development. I did mention earlier that the first renewable energy outlook was put out sometime in 2017. I think it was developed 2016, 2017. And now it's time to update that. So the ASEAN Center for Energy and IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, are hard at work on this. And hopefully this would be this would come out, be completed by end of 2021. And that will be the basis for developing a long-term ASEAN renewable energy roadmap. There are other action plans here. For example, under the strategy of conducting high-level policy dialogues on renewable energy to accelerate energy transition, access and resilience, you would have there conducting in-depth analysis to increase renewable energy deployment. And this would also cover geothermal, any initiatives to go in depth on geothermal energy development. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, that was the sectoral plan for the entire for ASEAN. That is complemented by this ASEAN Energy Outlook. This is one of the most important documents that supports ASEAN energy planning. It is prepared by the ASEAN Center for Energy. And really the main objective is to make sure that the outlooks would support the creation and the discussion of pathways to achieving ASEAN's regional targets. And of course, that includes the RE target of 23% by 2025. And it's also a tool for furthering improvement, to further improve and acknowledge the feedback and needs of various stakeholders, so that in the next iteration of the ASEAN Energy Outlook, this would all be taken into consideration. Next slide, please. So just very quickly, details of the ASEAN Energy Outlook, just to situate just renewable energy and by extension geothermal resource development. You would see here the total final energy consumption by sector of ASEAN, and under the AE06, the ASEAN Energy Outlook, there are four baseline scenarios. There are four scenarios. One is baseline, of course, which is roughly business as usual. Then there is the ATS scenario, which is actually the AMS target scenario, where AMS do what is needed to fully achieve their own targets, their national targets. And then there is the APAEC target scenario, or APS, which explores the implication of how ASEAN will collectively work towards its regional targets. And then there's the fourth target, which is SDG, which is a Sustainable Development Goals scenario that tries to achieve the targets under the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So as you can see here in your screen, you would see that by 20, the baseline scenario for the total final energy consumption by sector, of course, will increase by 38% by 2025 and 146% by 2040. And this is mainly driven by increased demand from the industry, transport, and households. But in a large way, it's really industry and transport. In the ATS and APS scenarios, which is the national target scenario and the regional APAEC target scenario, it's possible to reduce the total final energy consumption compared to the baseline scenarios through deeper energy savings. So that's the final energy consumption picture. In the next slide, you will see the ASEAN total primary energy supply across all the scenarios of the ASEAN Energy Outlook. And you will see that very specific to the APAEC scenario, you would see that the total primary energy supply could be reduced to by 12% in 2025 and 28% in 2040, and that the RE share is targeted to be 23% in 2025 and almost 29% in 2040. So you will see also here that renewable energy lumps the blue segment of the bar, lumps together all the various renewable energy sources, including geothermal. And in the next slide, you would see the projections for geothermal in terms of installed capacity and total power generation. You would see geothermal is that yellow bit of bar there, where you can see that as of now, the baseline, as of 2017, the share of geothermal in installed capacity is 2%. And that same share is tracked through the various scenarios, increasing only in the APAEC target scenario to 3%. But that's not, of course, to say that it's fixed. It's just that as of course, as we know, as the total capacity increases, it doesn't increase fast enough so that we have a larger share. So when you look at the power generation, this is this is instructive because you will see that the geothermal in the APAEX scenario would see an increment of 2 to 3% in 2025 and 2040. So at least by these percentages, you would see that there's much more share in power generation from geothermal as it's actually dispatched compared to the installed capacity. In the next slide, I would briefly just show this chart where which is the results of the levelized cost of electricity estimates that was done by ACE along with GIZ, and this was released in 2019. And you would see that for the plants that were included in this analysis, and I think the detail is in the next slide, but let's stay in this slide. You will see that the LCOE for geothermal power as of the release of this study is between the range of $9 to 21 cents per kilowatt hour. It's of course a much higher compared to the hydropower and biomass, but it's still competitive. It's sorry, it's still competitive. So all of that are if you notice, I went into that rundown of all the details from the very high level overview at the ASEAN looking at it from the ASEAN lens. So in terms of the level of development, what are the prospects in terms of an outlook in terms of the contribution of geothermal resources in our renewable energy and overall, of course, supply, plus the information that we currently have on the levelized cost of electricity for geothermal power as compared with other sources of renewable energy, and also with the counter factual of the generating costs from what do you call this, from fossil fuel, conventional fossil fuel power plants. In the next slide, this is simply the detail of the geothermal installed capacity that was considered in the calculation of the LCOE in the previous slide, and much of it was, of course, is coming from the data from Indonesia and Philippines, being that the capacity in ASEAN is largely in Indonesia and the Philippines, and a small portion in Thailand was considered. It's 300 kilowatts in Thailand. So just to give you the information on where those numbers are coming from. In the next slide, I'd just like to briefly bring to your attention this study from done by IRIA. I'm not certain if everyone is aware of this, but this was a 3-year research study done by IRIA, and the findings were presented in the East Asia Summit Energy Cooperation Task Force meeting in 2018. This is a platform, this is an ASEAN platform as well, that includes the 10 member states of ASEAN plus 8 dialogue partners. That includes the plus 3, the China, ROK, and Japan, and then US, Russia, New Zealand, Australia, and India. So, but for this study, the objective is really, this is really a research to identify the barriers to a geothermal resource development in the region, in East Asia, and to see and to sort of clarify their importance to find innovative solutions. It also estimated additional geothermal energy use if these barriers were eliminated, and they tried to quantify the net and multiple benefits per target geothermal energy use. The countries that were included in the study were 5 ASEAN member states: is Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, and then the plus 3 countries plus New Zealand. the focus of the analysis was geothermal for power generation and also for direct use. I'd like to just point out that when IREA presented this, they did observe that ASEAN member states were less interested in the subject of direct use as compared to power applications. Much of the information that they got from surveying all these countries, because the countries came back with answers for the questionnaires from IREA, and you would see that as shown in the previous as shown by the previous speakers' presentations, much of the focus as of now is really power application. And so very quickly, I'd like to say that when I saw this invitation to my director, who I am here on his behalf, and saw this enthusiasm towards new geothermal resources, I personally was quite encouraged. So this study, you would see the details of the findings. Some of the details of the findings you would see in this screen, but also there's a full sort of report that is published on this. And one of the key findings that may probably be very important for the government side and for us who are cooperating across the region intergovernmentally is that really that government support is crucial to make this business viable. So so that's enough on that, and I'll go to the last slide. That's my the next slide is my last slide to sort of flag to you forthcoming or planned studies within the ASEAN Energy Cooperation platforms. And again, I mentioned this. The first one is the second ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook, which is forthcoming. This is going to be done by IRENA and ACE. It will, and it's part of the priorities of this year's cooperation to complete this. And then also ACE is planning to do a study on geothermal utilization in agriculture. By partnering with the Food Agriculture Organization, this is likely direct use for drying or heating. And then IREA also will follow up with another study after that initial study on assessing necessary innovations for sustainable use of conventional of geothermal resources. And I think this is ongoing. We'd hear from them quite soon. So I just wanted to flag all these ongoing sort of initiatives that are at very that are still at the very initial stage. But we, of course, we don't have the details of this. And if I see that there might be interest, and we would encourage participants to try to get in touch directly with the organizations here. I think they'd welcome it, especially our ASEAN Center for Energy. They're very much into trying to support all the activities that are happening in ASEAN, and IMT-GT is a sub-region, and they would be very happy to, I think, to welcome possible collaboration or even queries. So that's all. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Much, Mary. I think that it was very interesting presentation from ASEAN Secretariat. You have highlighted what is the energy policy in the ASEAN level. You mentioned about the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation (APEC) Phase 2. That one of the blueprint at the ASEAN level at the moment. There are two key points there that I can note here. Number one is how to increase the share of regional energy to 23% by 2025. That is our target. And also 35% install power capacity by 2025. So this is the target by ASEAN in 2025. How are we going to achieve this? This is also the task for us to collaborate. And also what is the ASEAN later on can assist the member state in order to achieve this target as well. So Mary, I will not going to ask you now. because we have the Q&A. Under agenda 8. So anyway, this is very comprehensive presentation from you. Thank you very much. You highlight the important point from the ASEAN level collaboration. So now, due to our time is very limited now, I would like to invite my colleague for the next agenda item from UNINET, University Network. So we'll have here Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Nazli Ismail from University Siak Kuala, Aceh. So Mr. Dr. Nazli will have a presentation on the role of university in advancing geothermal education and research in the sub-region. So I don't know, where is the, yes. Mr. Nazli Ismail, now he is a lecturer from Siak Kuala University, and he got the PhD from Uppsala University University in Sweden, and also for master degree in Yogyakarta, Gajah Mada. And he has very good professional background here since 1997 up to the present time. And he has also a lot of experience in research. This is also, I cannot mention by one, but a lot of research conducted by Dr. Nazli, and also a publication as well. Thank you very much, Pa Nazli, for being with us due to limited of time. So I would like to invite you for presentation. Dr. Nazli, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the times. I'm actually working as geophysicist and doing some surveys relating to the geothermal exploration, physical exploration in Aceh mostly. But today I will not present about what we have done so far with the geophysical exploration on geothermal. Today mostly I would like to talk about the social view of geothermal itself. That's mostly case from Aceh. I don't know if I share the slides or the CIMT will share the slides. Okay, then I will share the slide. The topics that I would like to talk today is a challenge for geothermal development in Aceh province, Indonesia, where Aceh is a place, disaster, political and environmental issues meet together. Just to give you a view where Aceh is located, Aceh is very close to Malaysia and Thailand actually compared to Jakarta, where the capital city of Indonesia. It's located in the northern tip of Sumatra, close to the Andaman Nicobar as well in India. The capital city is Banda Aceh, and the area is about 57,000 kilometers squared, with the population is about 4 million. Aceh is one of the area in Indonesia with rich with the geothermal resources. Here I mentioned about 14 resources that we have in Aceh. the most is in Way Island, this small like we have Jaboy, for example, and also in Banda Aceh we have Selawak Agam, and in other area that is not explored yet. So we have about 14 geothermal resources in Aceh. However, the geothermal resources in Aceh is not developed yet. I mean, not exploited yet compared to the other area in Indonesia. We have no geothermal power plant right now in Aceh. Even we have a lot of resources here. The geothermal exploration, for example, in Sabang, in Pulau, where the west and the most west island in Indonesia, had been explored since 1972, and with the surface manifestation and geological survey in 1983, and geochemical, geomagnetic, and others, to shallow drilling temperature in 2006, and started the drillings in 2017. The project plans about 10 to 15 megawatts. But the problem is the geothermal development in Way Island takes more than 40 years, might be exceeding the period of, we have a conflict in Aceh before, but the geothermal development itself is more than the time of conflict itself is about 40 years, where the Aceh conflict is about from 1974 to 2005. That's we won't like to compare between geothermal development and also the conflict in Aceh. It has been occurred in Aceh for long times. So Aceh was the third richness province in Indonesia with oil and gas resource in the past. Most people live in poverty that causes them feeling unequal treatment by central government. The prolonged social and economic imbalance have triggered a Free Aceh movement. In 1974, the struggle between government of Indonesia and Free Aceh movement continued until 2005. The vertical conflict is one of the reasons for the shallow development of geothermal in Aceh. The conflict between Free Aceh movement and Indonesian government had different stakes. The first stake had no significant impact on Aceh, and Free Aceh movement had tighter political and military clout. The resurgence of conflict in 1989 saw a better trend and Free Aceh movement. In response, the government transforms Aceh into military zone. This change results in development of deployment of a sizable contingent of military and police force. This phase was the most destructive of all. This force remained a province until they pulled out in late 2005 as a result of the MOU, a peace agreement between Indonesian government and Aceh. Many experts and observers of Aceh agree that the conflict was driven mainly by two issues. Difficult center-privy relation between Jakarta and Aceh, but we are talking here a sense of exclusion exploitation in Aceh, the enjoyment of benefit and its natural resources. The 2005 Helsinki Memorandum of Understanding was the last attempt to end this 30-year conflict. It offered a great opportunity for Acehnese to improve their community economic performance, attain better living standard, and move toward a good government system. The central government also agreed to provide Aceh with a large share of revenue from natural resources and special allocation from General Allocation Fund. right to set interest rates different from those set by the central banks of Indonesia, right? To retain 70% of revenue from oil and gas, hydrocarbon, carbon, and other natural resources. Joint management of oil and gas resources between the province and the central government, and transparency in revenue sharing allocation. I would like to show you one example about the geothermal fields problem in Aceh. For example, Selawah Agam geothermal field that located in Aceh Besar Regency is about only 60 kilometers from Banda Aceh to the east. Selawah Agam area was the first area to get the attention of the new government. Aceh and Pertamina signed a joint ventures agreement on Selawah Geothermal project. Aceh sold the Aceh Regional Development Company and PT Pertamina through its subsidiary PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy from PT Geothermal Energy Selawah to develop a geothermal power plant in Selawah. The project has been on drawing board for 6 years. It is expected now that this project can be completed within 3 years or maximum 4 years, and thereby help with the ongoing electricity crisis in Aceh. The peak load of electricity demand in Aceh is around 3,025 megawatt. So to serve the need well, ideally PLN has 50% energy reserve of that need, or about 500 megawatt, but in reality currently only 340 megawatt. The Selawah Agam geothermal project has actually been initiated the first time in 2008. The idea was well received by Germany government, which in 2009 was willing to grant fund about $10 million. Under conservative estimate, the potential is expected to be up to 165 megawatt. For the initial phase of the development, Pertamina and Aceh Regional Development Company are planning with the development of 55 megawatts. While earlier this year of in earlier of 2017, a grant of awards is about 7.72 million from Germany Development Bank for the construction of Selawah Geothermal plant in Aceh was cancelled as a soft loan was considered to have a too high interest rate. It's about 4%. Although the two former geothermal fields, Selawah Agam and Jabu, are still not able to be developed, the government is also actively seeking new geothermal potential areas. 3 of the areas are located in Mount Leuser National Park. Mount Leuser National Park is part of wider Leuser ecosystem, a nationally protected area constituting one of Southeast Asia's last large swaths in rainforest. But the Aceh government in 2013 spatially plan makes no mention of Leuser, and local officials have argued that the province has a right to develop the area. This is where the Leuser National Park area is located, covering about 7,927 kilometers in northern Sumatra, straddling the border of North Sumatra Hills and Aceh province. The national park settled in Barisan Mountain Range is named after Mount Leuser and protected a wide range of ecosystem. Gunung Leuser National Park is one of the 2 remaining habitats for Sumatran orangutan. Other mammals found in the park of the Sumatran elephant, Sumatran tiger, Sumatran rhino, siamang, Sumatran serow, sambar deer, and leopard cat. This creature might have to make way for a new addition to their habitat, geothermal energy, a prospect that has conservationists wringing their hand. The plan target a core zone of 800,000 hectare Luzon National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site at the heart of 2.5 million hectare ecosystem. The government is already embroiled in a class action lawsuit against pending 2013 provincial spatial plan that seek to leave lesser open for development, a clear violence of national level protection. The plan was again by many environmental NGOs. This action is also supported by the new elected government, whom some called Aceh Green Governor. During the conflict, the historical logging and palm oil concession had been abandoned, and forests were actually regenerating quite helpfully. After the tsunami and the peace agreement occurred, trees started falling again. The third case is Jaboy geothermal field. The most progressed geothermal energy development in Aceh is Jaboy geothermal fields. The geothermal project at Jaboy, Sabang Geothermal has already started drilling. The project planned with a power generation potential 10 to 15 megawatt is successful. The energy produced from the geothermal plant of Jaboy could reach 80 megawatt in capacity. However, the area is located in a small island at the northwest of Sumatra with a very low electricity consumption. The government plan to surplus energy from Jaboy will be supplied to PLN Banda Aceh via submarine cable. Of this statement is not easy to say. The other case of a problem of geothermal development in Aceh is natural disaster. Aceh is a prone area of many natural disasters. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, some destructive earthquakes along the Great Sumatran Fault, and the unfinished eruption of Sinabung volcano at the North Sumatran province made the people psychologically sensitive to the potential of disaster. For example, soon after 2013, Takengon and Tangse and 2016 PD Jaya earthquakes, people always associate the earthquake with a volcanic eruption and geothermal exploration as well. It means that public understanding of utilization of geothermal energy is still very low. In one hand, the government needs to develop geothermal energy, but on the other hand, government also need to put attention on educating people on geothermal energy utilization. Here's some news about the geothermal energy and natural disaster. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nazli Ismail. This is very important presentation from UNINET, especially from academia. So we notice here some point that you have presented to us, but we would like also to know from your Fieldletrons, Dr. Nazli, what is the role of university in this regard in developing the geothermal energy? But you don't have to answer now. Maybe we can answer. You can answer later on under agenda 8. So, Pak Nazli, sorry because of time is very limited for us now. So I hope you can be patient a little bit, a part of our ibadah and fasting Ramadan at the moment. Thank you very much, Pak Nazli, for your presentation. Very excellent. Now I would like to move to another agenda. We have two more presentations coming up, and to moderate this session, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Ifnaldi Skumbang, Independent Energy Business Consultant from Jakarta, Indonesia. So now I would like to hand over the floor to moderators, Mr. Ifnaldi. The floor is yours. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Mr. Firdaus Dahlan. Good day, all participants. Allow me to open around 2 or 3 minutes. All IMT countries already ratified Paris Agreement, which means every country will do their best to achieve their NDC, National Determined Contribution. In sector energy, most significant effort to reach energy target is by utilizing as much as possible renewable energy, and geothermal is kind of the renewable energy. ASEAN through Indonesia plus Philippines account almost 30% of the power global generated by geothermal. But talking low to medium geothermal resources, it is available on all ASEAN countries, all IMT countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Geothermal energy has two kinds of energy final, and namely electricity and heat energy with various applications. But to start to use this subsurface energy should start with exploration. Everybody should start the exploration geothermal. So Indonesia has 1 century geothermal exploration experience, and recent technology on downstream side, such as organic ranking cycle, make utilization of low to medium geothermal resources become more feasible. So today we have got many available information from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Secretariat ASEAN, and also from university representing UniNet. So without going further, we will invite speaker for Agenda 6, Dr. Yunus Daud, founder of NewQuest Geotechnology. Please share his CV on the screen. Pak Yunus Daud also the chairman of the head of the Geothermal Research Center, University of Indonesia. He also managed the postgraduate program in UI, and also expert team for the Directorate Geothermal in Indonesia. His background, as you see in the screen, mostly in physics and geophysics from University of Indonesia, from Auckland, and also from Kyushu, Tokyo. So Pak Yunus Daud, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Ifnaldi. Good morning, and in some part of this region, and also good afternoon for all distinguished participants. Honorable Mr. Firdaus Dahlan, Director of CIMT, thank you very much for giving us from NewQuest Geotechnology for giving presentation.
Pak Yunus, sorry, Pak Yunus, you haven't shared your screen.
Yeah, there is still.
Okay.
Yes. Honorable Pak Haris, Dr. Haruki, Mr. Ibrahim Arifin, Mr. Mahipong Orakul, Ms. Mary Gail Desagon, Dr. Nazili Ismail, Mr. Emani Kumar, and all distinguished participants. I would like to present my topic related to geothermal exploration and utilization, innovation technology and experience of PT NewQuest Geotechnology. Okay, this is my outline of presentation. Introduction to geothermal resources and utilizations, shortly of course, and then geothermal exploration technology and innovations by NewQuest Geotechnology, and then propose collaboration program with IMT-GT. Well, I would like to start with introduction to geothermal.
Please make your presentation with a slide slow to make it wider.
Yes, I already changed to a slideshow.
Not yet.
I repeat again, because in my computer it's already changed. Is it already changed? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will continue. Yeah, actually, just make a short repetition related to geothermal system. As you can see in this figure, that geothermal system consisting of hot rock or heat source, and also reservoir and clay cap or cap rock. So the geothermal fluid is trapped in the reservoir efficiently. So there is some indication of the surface manifestation here, like fume roll, and then sorry, and then hot springs and other surface manifestations. And if we could delineate this this picture or the subsurface condition of the geothermal system, we could direct for the well targeting to the reservoir. And this model is similar with a stove, teapot, and steam at the left side of this figure. Okay, this is typical for high temperature system, and this is typical for low, medium temperature geothermal system, like we found in many in Indonesia and Malaysia and Thailand also. This is typical low, medium system. So yeah, actually in this figure, the reservoir usually located in the granite or granitic range, like in Malaysia and Thailand. And also if there is radioactive heat source here, so it will hit the fluid from meteoric water, from rainwater, and then trap in this figure, in this reservoir. And we could delineate this accurately to guide the well to drill. So this very important thing. And the temperature of this low to medium is usually from 100 to about 200 degrees C. And concerning the classification of the reservoir temperature, there is a low temperature geothermal system with temperature of the reservoir less than 100 degrees C, and moderate temperature between 100 and 200 degrees C, and high temperature of the reservoir is more than 200 degrees C. Well, this is a low to moderate geothermal currents in Indonesia, as you can see in this figure, distributed in Sumatra and Java and other islands, including in Kalimantan. Yeah, for high temperature system in Kalimantan is not present. Yeah, in terms of a geothermal potential, as already described by Haris, is about 24 gigawatt. In the installed capacity, this is totally 2,130.6.7 megawatt. This is the second largest producers in the world after USA, and then the third is Philippines. So this is the list of the operated geothermal power plant. And for Malaysia, this already described by Mr. Ibrahim Arifin. This very nice picture. I think many hot springs in Semenanjung. Yeah, this interesting, and also some part in Sabah and some in Sarawak. Yeah, about more than 60 hot springs have been identified in Malaysia, and the Tawa project is once become the first geothermal electricity generation plant in Malaysia. Yeah, the latest study is about 85 megawatt, but I think probably more than 85 megawatts. At least 15 bathing facilities using natural hot water as direct already exist there. So, okay, later we will give some recommendation of this. Then in Thailand, already discussed earlier, the potential more than 97 hot springs, and the concept of cascade useful for geothermal in Thailand from electricity, this already developed in fan, yeah, and then cooling and drying, drying heat pump, hot pool and sauna, and then the careful for the environment. Yeah, that's a good history that in Thailand, it's already has a geothermal power plant for, okay, 300 kilowatt electric, and right now 1.3 megawatt. I think it's already presented by a presenter from Thailand. That's good news, I think. And then concerning the geothermal utilization, yeah, actually two types for electricity generation and then for direct uses. At the right figure, this very important figure for us, just for briefly inform all of you that the geothermal temperature is from, okay, more than 300 degrees C until the lowest is about 10 degrees C. And this is the application of geothermal uses, mainly from 100 degrees C to about 300 degrees C for power plant. And for low to moderate geothermal system like in Malaysia and Thailand has temperature in the reservoir of about 180 degrees C until 100 degrees C. So this is a potential for binary power station. So if the technology of the binary cycle power plant is getting better, getting improved, so the geothermal in this region can be harnessed, utilized for electricity. And the rest of the temperature can be utilized for direct uses. So many variety of the direct uses here. I don't read one by one, but this is very important. And this depends on the creativity or innovative thinking of how to utilize free heat. Yeah, free. In this case, this heat is already prepared by the god. So how to utilize this? So this is in case of direct uses. And then this is for electricity power plants. Actually, the main thing of the power plant is production well, and then utilize for power generation, and the waste should be injected to the reservoir. So this is the good concept for protect the environment. So this is why geothermal is environmentally friendly, because of this production and reinjection, and then manage the heat and reservoir. And this is just technical information related to a flash steam power plant. This, if the temperature is hot enough, I think more than 200 degrees C, like in Tawau, probably can use this technology. And then binary cycle power plant. This typical for low to moderate system where the temperature less than 200 degrees C, and the wells produce hot water. And the main thing of this figure is heat exchanger. We don't use directly the fluid from geothermal, but we use geothermal we use a heat exchanger to extract the heat from the geothermal fluid, and then use the heat for heating the working fluid, usually isopentane fluid, where the temperature less than water boiling. So this is a main technology of the binary cycle power plant. So I think right now the world now is doing research to improve the technology, to be more efficient, to be lower temperature can be harnessed. We heard in Europe also there is a technology that could use a temperature until 50 degrees C. So I think that's good news for the near future. And Indonesia also through BPPT, Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, has been developing small scale or modular geothermal power plant. This already applied in Kamojang fields and Lahendong fields. So, okay, in the near future, if the technology could be improved, so the low to moderate geothermal system can be utilized more efficiently. Okay, this is just some figure from the web. This is in Thailand, absorption chiller and drying room, yeah, in Thailand, and also this is in Malaysia, in Perak and Sungai Kelah. Yeah, this interesting. Okay, well, I will move to other topic related to geothermal exploration technology and innovation by NewQuest Geotechnology. Okay, yeah, actually, this figure is concerning about the development of geothermal energy is challenging. Accordingly, it needs high technology, high expertise, and of course, high investment. And geothermal energy can be developed through several stages, and each stage faces some risk. There are two main objects of the geothermal development with some risk. In this case, subsurface object and then surface object. For the subsurface object related to the resource exploration. So the reservoir should be delineated, should be explored properly, and then should be managed properly. So this is resource exploration. And the second one is related to power plant development. Resource exploration risk has the greatest impact on successful or unsuccessful geothermal project. As you can see in this figure, this is a nice figure related to risk. This is risk, and also this is price, yeah, or cost. Cost of the geothermal development. So for the beginning, like pre-survey exploration until test drilling, the project risk is still high, but fortunately the cost is still low. So low cost in this case, and then high risk, but low cost. So I think how to optimize using this cost to lower the risk. So I think Tawau is in this position. So the risk already decreased, yeah, until okay, moderate, and yeah, if we evaluate again for the future of the Tawau, I think this would be lower and lower of the risk. So so we need to evaluate this and further recommendation. Okay. This is the technology of the geothermal exploration, especially starting from remote sensing data interpretation. NewQuest Geotechnology focusing in remote sensing data interpretation first before doing any geological, geochemical, or geophysical survey to delineate the reservoir below the subsurface. So this is similar with medical doctor to our body before doing surgery. For the geothermal, before doing drilling. So there are many serial surveys to get better understanding of the subsurface reservoir. So, okay, this is a similarity between the medical doctor and a geothermalist. Okay, so then NewQuest research and innovation in geothermal exploration focus research topics in 4 main points. Drilling success ratio, this is very important because, okay, drilling is a high risk and yeah, okay, expensive. So we need to do research how to reduce drilling risk and how to increase drilling success ratio. And also earth imaging technology. We have been done many research in our NewQuest geotechnology, and then drilling technology itself, and then reservoir management to manage the reservoir in order to long lasting. Yeah, in Lardorello, more than 100 years now producing geothermal, and in Kamojang more than 30 years already producing. So this is our research and innovation, including software development. So we develop our own software. We have 7 patents in this case, developing sophisticated softwares. Later on, I will explain you one by one. So then NQ innovation on drilling success ratio, first from remote sensing technology. How to optimize remote sensing technology is important for us. Yeah, because the geothermal usually located in difficult terrain and lack of exposure or outcrop, limited access, doesn't lithology. So we need innovation in this technology. And based on this innovation, we use the remote sensing for developing a geological map, including structure, including lithology, before doing geological survey. So I think this is very important because we could look using bird eye view. So this easy to learn geothermal system there. And this is okay, sophisticated earth imaging technology. This is using magnetotelluric 3D inversion software. So we have developed this software a couple of years ago until now, then improved. And this already applied in many geothermal fields in Indonesia. Yeah, including we use this in Tawau. Yeah. Okay. Also 3D visualization software. This is very important to okay, non-geothermalists to visualize the data to be nicer result and easy to understand. Okay, and then innovation on drilling technology. In this case, we have a collaboration with Northtech Energy from Iceland, specialists in drilling. Yeah, in this case for slim hole drilling, because using this innovation, there's a lower cost, a lower environmental impact, and then a greater mobility using such kind of technology. So the area of the drilling is a little area, and the transportation of this drilling machine is easier than the conventional one. So okay, this is for drilling technology. So if we develop, for example, low, moderate temperature geothermal system using our technology, I think it's very useful and hopefully will be cheaper. Well, this is just give you some brief explanation about NQ project milestone. Yeah, actually from 2011 until 2020. This from geophysical survey, many geothermal field in Indonesia, and then integrated geoscientific assessment, well targeting, drilling evaluation. In Belawan Ijen, I will explain also. And then feasibility study, preliminary survey, and also pre-feasibility study. This is the new projects already finished, like in Toba. Yeah. And okay, of course, we should mention previous survey in Malaysia. Yeah, myself lead the first MT survey in Tawau in 2008. And also myself also did preliminary survey in collaboration with TNDR, yeah, for preliminary survey of this Semenanjung. So I think if we could more collaboration under IMT-GT, I think we could share our experience to utilize more about geothermal in this region. And this is the last achievement. We got best geothermal exploration services company in Indonesia from IAGI. What is IAGI? IAGI is Indonesian Association of Geologists. This already 60 years anniversary and giving award to companies in Indonesia, and NewQuest has been a winner for best geothermal explorations of this company. And then our experience actually already done in 47 geothermal areas and more than 3 gigawatt resource discovery here, yeah, including in Tawau and Semenanjung. Okay, this just some picture, memorable picture. This is our college from Sabah, yeah, and this MT-TDM equipment, and this is a similar figure with Mr. Ibrahim Arifin. Okay, yeah, it's okay. And this is a 3D modeling of the MT data. But unfortunately, at the time, we have a collaboration with JMG. Only this portion of the data MT. But I think right now it's already done here. But I knew that here is a rare station. So I think we have to do measurement here because this is very important. The core of this geothermal is actually related to this region. So why this in this region and no point or just a rare point? In Indonesia, usually we focus in this region. And then after that, we focus in the surrounding. So, okay, this is Tawau. So hopefully we could collaborate further. And this, okay, some picture related to our study in Semenanjung. Yeah. So after doing preliminary survey along this region, and then finally, we conclude that Hulu Slim, Perak, Sungai Kela, Perak, and Launching Kelantan has a potential. But at that time, we did a preliminary survey. So we need a detailed survey to improve the data, to get more accurate data. But I think this encouraging us. For the potential is between 20 to about 50 megawatt. Okay, other experience we did in Ijen in East Java. This is looks a typical low temperature, low moderate temperature. The hot spring only here, and no other surface manifestation found inside the caldera. Yeah, except this Kawah Ijen. Kawah Ijen is a volcano. It's dangerous. So no developer doing geothermal development here. So is there any geothermal here? So we call hidden geothermal because the surface manifestation is very rare and it's not looks not promising. But using MT technology and 3D software, we did, and finally we got information from A to B. Of course, the MT data inside the caldera, but this just gives you some figure. From A to B, we got the MT like this. That is based on 3D inversion. And we got the nice information. This is BOC, base of conductor, or usually top of reservoir. But unfortunately, no surface manifestation. If there is hot spring or fumarole, steam vent, something like that, so we believe that this is a geothermal reservoir, but no surface manifestation. But the MT data, based on our experience, the typical upflow or updome shape like this is typical geothermal. So we recommend to do slim hole drilling, because slim hole is cheaper, 2,000 meter depth here. And finally, we got the temperature 291 degrees C. So looks like no geothermal, but after investigating using our technology, we got steam here. So, okay, this is just a figure. Okay, just give you some imagination of this data. Okay, we did in an EGN using our technology. And then the last NQ Academy. NQ Academy is a geothermal center of excellence under NewQuest Geotechnology that offers training courses, webinars, e-learnings, as well as corporate in-house courses for improving knowledge and skills in geothermal resource and technology. All courses are delivered by NQ professional associates, and the quality assurance conducted by NQ Academy board. And NQ Academy also provide research facilities and supervisions for undergraduate and postgraduate, like master and PhD student in doing thesis or dissertation. But this, of course, should have a collaboration with universities that manage the master and PhD program. And yeah, fortunately, I'm also head of Geothermal Research Center in University of Indonesia. So collaboration between university and company can be optimized using this collaboration. Okay, this is our partners. Of course, this is IMT-GT, yeah. And then, okay, this is Hitai from Turkey, and then 3G Tech from Taiwan, Orca from Iceland, Aboitis from Philippines, yeah, and then ICOM New Zealand, ISOR from Iceland. This is Entivo Iceland also, and okay, many other including. Okay, yeah, hopefully we could collaborate with all of you here. The last thing, proposed collaboration program with IMT-GT. This is just a proposed idea. Yeah. Number one is related to IMT-GT in collaboration with NQ to conduct geothermal training for IMT-GT countries. So capacity building is very important. So geothermal training will be delivered by NQ Academy and Geothermal Research Center of University of Indonesia. The possible topic like this here, including for public society, introduction to geothermal energy for public society. This is very important because sometimes if we develop geothermal, society should support us. But if lack understanding of geothermal, sometimes not support us. So, okay. Understanding is very, very important. And of course, geothermal business and custom-made topics. Yeah. And then the second one is, okay, geoscientific evaluation of the TAWA project, and of course, recommendation, because we have done some survey in 2008, and then there is additional data from TGE, yeah, TAWA Green Energy, and there is a slim hole drilling data. So I think this is very important to evaluate precisely. So what should be done in TAWA? However, the license of the project, I heard, has been revoked by the government. IMT-GT in collaboration with NQ ready to support a technical assistant to evaluate the existing exploration data, surface like geology, geochemistry, geophysics, and also drilling data to get better understanding of the system in the TAWA Yeah, because as far as I know, the location of drilling is nearly nearly in the upflow zone. Yeah, not in the upflow zone, so close to upflow zone. So okay, we have to learn very well about where is the upflow zone. Okay, this is the last thing, IMT-GT in collaboration with NQ to develop a geothermal resources and utilization database for IMT-GT member. Detailed geothermal resources mapping in Semenanjung, Malaysia, and then detailed geothermal resources mapping in Thailand. And also, okay, this detailed geothermal resources mapping, especially for low to moderate system in Sumatra, because in Sumatra it's already developed high temperature power plant like in Ulu-Belu, Sibayak, Serula, Sorik Merapi. So low moderate is very important right now to get detailed information. So of course, after that, doing detailed exploration program in selected geothermal areas. So we have to get the better understanding before deciding the policy. Okay, thank you very much and terima kasih, Kap Kun. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yunus Daud. This very comprehensive information mentioned every aspect in 3 countries. So we come to the speaker from for Agenda 7. You know, the ICLEI. Our goal, our ultimate goal is reduction greenhouse emission, and is, I believe it is part of the mission of the ICLEI, local government sustainability. So without further, we will invite Mr. Emani Kumar. He is Deputy Secretary General for ICLEI. So Mr. Emani, the time is yours, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning or good afternoon to all our colleagues. I just want to thank IMT-GT and also our friend Mr. Firdaus. Good to see him at least maybe online. I can see him now online. Thank you, sir. Thanks for inviting me and giving us a chance to present the work what we have done it under Sustainable Urban Development Framework. Can you see my screen?
Would you please to change to slide slow? Yeah, got it.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay now. Go on.
Okay. So I just want to present. I know that we are running very late, and it's already 1:30 in Malaysia, I think, and 12:30 maybe in Indonesia. So I'll just quickly present the topic which has been asked to present here, the Sustainable Urban Development Framework, especially on the renewable energy front. I come from an organization called ICLEI, International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, the Local Governments for Sustainability, which is a city association established in 1990. We have more than 2,500 local and regional governments which are committed to the sustainable development as our members. We have members in IMT-GT region and also all over the world. Around 300 odd cities in the Asia Pacific region are our members. So our mission is to build and serve a worldwide movement of local governments to achieve tangible improvements in global sustainability with a special focus on environmental conditions through cumulative local actions. So that's one thing actually I just want to add here. We talk about more on the local action, which can contribute to the national sustainability and the global sustainability also. So we work through these 5 pathways. One is on the low emission development, nature-based development, equitable and people-centered development, resilient development, and circular development. These are the 5 pathways which we talk about that. We have offices all over the world, around 26 offices. We have an office in Indonesia and also in Philippines, regions in Southeast Asia region. I come from South Asia, and I'm sitting here in Delhi. But we are very closely worked with IMT-GT region for the last few years. And I'm happy that we are sharing our information again with all the participants here. I don't want to get into this slide, but you all know that IMT-GT is a sub-region there in the ASEAN region, and very much important. Actually, we were also talking to other UN agencies how we can as a sub-regional development, how we can as a sub-region development to the sustainable development is what we can showcase here in this particular region on that. So our study, basically the Sustainable Urban Development Framework study, which we have conducted under the pillar of environment pillar in the strategic pillar of IMT-GT vision. I don't want to get into the IMT-GT vision, but we have developed this framework as part of the environment sub on that. As you all know, must been presented already, this thing, they have actually transport and ICT, trade and investment, environment and human resources. These are the key enabling sectors IMT-GT vision has come out with till 2036 on that. So as I said that we have done this particular sustainable urban development framework under the environmental pillar developed in the 2019, which is actually a offshoot of the Green City Action Plan, which has been developed for the Malacca city at the time, and also a few more cities in Indonesia and Thailand, and which are supported by the Asian Development Bank. So we thought that how can we do like one sustainable development plan for each city in all the three regions? Why can't we have an entire sustainable development framework, which is actually the thought behind this entire activity on that. So this document is mainly identified and implementation of various actions on ground in line with the objectives of IMT-GT vision on that. We have covered three 5-year plans in that. One is from 2019 to 23. I know that last 2 years, a little bit of an issue in implementing, but I hope that it's going in a better way now in the region. But we also looked into the 24-28 region, the final year 5-year plan, and also 34 to 36 5-year plan on that. And I'm happy to say that this particular SUDF framework is being adopted and approved by the country leaders during the 12th IMT-GT summit in 23rd June 2019. These are the various cities. What we have done is we have actually looked into from bottom to top, not actually from the national governments to the provincial to the city governments, but we talk to the cities and provinces and see how we can come out with a sustainable development framework, which can actually link it to the national policies and national commitments on that. So these are the various cities and provinces which have participated in this particular survey, which we have done it during the 18-19 and came out with the action plan on that. So what we have come out with is like we have three stages in the SUDF document. One is on the scoping, city level studies and consensus building and the planning on that. And stage 2 on the planning front, we have looked into how the investment planning and action can take place, and also implementing that actions on ground. That is the stage 3 on that. We have looked into the 6 priority sectors. I'll just tell you that more on the priority sectors, including the renewable energy, which I'm talking more today on that. We have also looked into the 7 infrastructural measures and 2 planning interventions. And mainly that the interesting thing, and I think I'm happy that we are continuing doing this on the awareness building exercises identified and proposed here in this IMT-GT region. I know that the COVID has stopped a little bit, but we are happy. We want to continue further on that, and also see that how we can implement infrastructure measures. Some of them are already happening in the country of Malaysia, but we are also looking into Indonesia and Thailand. And recently we are talking to UNESCAP and see that how maybe as a sub-region can get some more funds from abroad, from outside to implement this SUDF framework in that. So these are the various sectors: transport, energy and solid waste, biodiversity and education for sustainable development. If I just have to talk about energy, we have looked into the GHG emission inventories. We have looked into the energy efficiency and renewable energy, more of the actions within that particular energy sub-theme or energy sector, but we also looked into the transport, solid waste, biodiversity and all. And what exactly interesting thing here is we also looked into the convergence on the thematic areas. Actually, how can we bring maybe either energy efficiency or renewable energy from the energy sector as it is, or the solid waste management sector as it is, also from the transportation sector. So this is like a multi-sector, it's what we looked into and which we have presented here under the SUDF framework on that. And to come out with various activities or various outcomes of this particular SUDF, there are around between 2019 and 2020, if you want to implement the actions, you need like $5,367 million US dollars, which is actually going to reduce around 2 million tons of carbon emissions per year. That is the reduction potential on that. And if I have to talk about the entire 2019 to 36, around 15,000 or 16,000 million US dollars investment is there. So this is a various good potential and which will reduce around 6 million tons of carbon emission reductions per year, which is going to happen on that. So these are the various the graphs. You can see that for Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, for each sector, how much GHG emission reductions can happen either in transport or energy or solid waste. So these are the figures are there. And why we are presenting and why it is very much important at this time, you know that the US government is back on board with the new government, new president taken over, and they are planning to invest a lot of money and global environmental facility, global climate change facility, all of them are looking to invest now various funds into the regions as a sub-region, and SUDS framework will be a good model to take it forward on that. And we are happy to help IMT-GT to take it forward on that. So next 3 slides, and then I will stop it. I don't want to go into too much of details here because the ASEAN lady, she has presented what is exactly on the renewable energy, the targets and all. And also the country level NDCs are there, nationally determined contributions from each of these countries. But how the SUDF has brought in the targets to align with the national policy, align with the demand and electricity generation and all. For example, if I have to take it in Indonesia, between 2019 and 36, what we have proposed is photovoltaics of 1 gigawatt capacity, which is going to reduce around 1,300 million kilowatt hour per year. These are the figures. I just don't want to go into that. But this is what for Indonesia we have come out with, and this is for the Malaysia. You can see that 1936 and as well as 1923. There are around 250 megawatt capacity, 1 gigawatt capacity is what, and the costs are also there in that. And which is again, what I'm saying is they are very much in line with the national policies as well as with the ASEAN policies, what they have committed, and investment ready proposals are going to be there, and we are happy to take it forward on that. So this is for the Thailand. I don't want to get into too much of details here on that, but if I have to take it for the entire IMT-GT region, between 19 and 23, there is a installation solar photovoltaic system target of around 750 megawatt capacity, which can reduce around 0.53 million tons of carbon emissions, and which is going to cost around 1.6 billion US dollars in that. For the entire till 36, these are the figures. There is a potential of 3 gigawatts. I know that ASEAN has a projected targets, but as a sub-region, they can align with the ASEAN targets, they can align with the country targets with these capacities, which can be taken it forward. And the last point is there is money available, and we as ICLEI is interested to talk to various financiers, and I'm happy to talk to IMT-GT as well as with the national governments for implementation of this framework, and this is the correct time we should take it forward and implement on that. And once again, thanks to IMT-GT for giving me this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any more questions on that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Emani. It's very comprehensive, very clear, and also very fast presentation. So you don't get bell from the committee. So, Mr. Chairman, Pak Firdaus, allow me to compare short note for these sessions. So talking about geothermal, particularly for the low to medium geothermal resources, and also for direct uses, the condition and activity in sub-region, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, so it looks like almost the same. Yeah. So it is seen all of the country need the more source to reduce the greenhouse emission. So it looks like it is time to do collaboration to develop and to utilize the low to medium geothermal resources in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And second one from ICLE, Mr. Emani, of course, this activity is so wide, yeah, also very used. But I noticed some cities in Sumatra, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and also in Thailand become already a green city building. And here, Mr. Emani also compared that there is a possibility to get to reduce 6 million per year gas emission from activity that he compared. So this my note, Mr. Chairman. I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Efnaldis Kumbang, for your in moderating this session. It's very quite interesting presentation from both presenters, under agenda 6 and 7. Thank you very much. There are potential projects to be formulated under the 3 countries and also in collaboration with our partners. Now we come to the agenda 8, now the discussion and answer. So as I promised before, we have a couple of minutes here before we close the meeting, the webinar. So we have we will offer to participants to answers to ask some questions, also some reply from our speakers. So I would like to offer to the floors now, if any questions. So I don't know exactly whether the speakers from the morning, from the first, is still available with us. If not, we will take note. We will convey to our respective speaker latrons. So for the floors, you can ask from speakers once, until the agenda 7 just now. Okay. Okay. All right. While waiting for the question from the floors or from the chat box, I will to ask to our speakers, especially to Dr. Yunus now from NQ. So from the previous speakers, we noticed that indeed there is the potential in terms of the geothermal in the IMT-GT countries. So of course, when we come to the potential, it's not the same in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Thailand. And another point as well, we notice here from our speakers, the problem so far we are facing is, in terms of the cost to explore the potential itself. So so far, people said that when we are trying to explore, to make the exploration, it would be costly and also high risk, But with your explanation just now in your presentation, Pak Yunus, with the recent technology, we may reduce this potential risk and also the possibility to have more energy from the low sources. Pak Yunus, can you respond to this, what we call it, questions, Pak?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Pak Dahlan. Thank you for your strategic question, I think. Yeah, exploration is expensive actually, especially before drilling. Well, we have experience in several geothermal areas that the most important thing is a good or better understanding of the subsurface precisely. Of course, there is some error, of course, yeah, some percent of error. But this is very important to get the best subsurface data before locating the drilling. Yeah, because like in okay, for example, in Tulehu in Maluku, there are 4 wells already drilled. But if we evaluate the subsurface understanding of the reservoir, is looks not proper using technology and then understanding. And finally, after drilling 4 wells, and the wells were not successful. And also in Gunung Slamet in central of Java, yeah, no already drilled. The drilling is very deep, 3.5 kilometer. So even before drilling, at the time, I recommend to do detailed survey first before drilling. And I know the result, and the result is okay. Still, it's not precise in terms of geotechnology. So the risk is still high, and I recommend to do, okay, please do detailed survey first before drilling. And finally, 2 wells, 3.5 kilometer were unsuccessful. And this also happened in, okay, couple of geothermal fields in Indonesia. So the most important thing is to make better understanding first before recommending drilling. And the technology is using electromagnetic technology, like I explained, magnetotelluric or MT, and then 3D inversion and other like remote sensing, something like that. So this first to integrate all the data carefully before recommending the drilling, because after drilling, of course, the cost is getting higher and higher. Yeah. Okay. 1 well, for example, okay, about $6 million. Yeah, for 1 well, 2 well, 3 well, and the 4 well, like in Tulehu. So okay, it's better. Like in Tawau, okay, Tawau is actually medium for the successful, and I think it's better to make a better understanding first. Because in Tawau, actually, the heat source is related to the summit of Mount Maria. But in Maria, not many stations of the magnetotelluric exist there. So I think this is okay, little bit improper in this way. So I think it's better to do detailed survey in the Maria first, and then make a detailed information about the subsurface. So after that, recommend drilling. This is more cheaper than doing drilling, because for MT or geology or remote sensing is okay, much cheaper than one drill hole. That's my answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Yunus. I think that you stress on this point before drilling, that we have to conduct the survey properly, just to avoid, the high risk when we are conducting the drilling. So now you also now develop the software for this one. I read from your presentation as well. So this is very good, Pak Yunus, with your current innovation software technology. I think that we can reduce the risk of the drilling, as mentioned by our previous speakers. So thank you very much, Pak Yunus, and also thank you very much for your proposed collaboration under the IMT-GT to conduct the training program and also develop low, medium geothermal resources. I think that is very fantastic proposal from your side, and we will collaborate, my team, with you later on, how we are going to develop this one. Now I will come back to will ask to our colleague from ASEAN Secretariat, still with us. Okay. I think because it's very late already, our colleague from ASEAN already engaged with another program. Okay, all right. Now I would like to any question from the floor? No, no.
I read. Sorry, Pak Dahlan, can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I read in the chat during a previous presentation. I think during Thailand presenters, there's a question that's not answered yet.
Yes, from Mr. Victor Maulana.
Yeah, it says, please, Pak Yunus, you may answer the questions.
The question goes to Thailand, Pak. No?
Yeah, goes to Thailand. Yeah. But if
yeah, so I will read then the question. Hello, me, no, Mr. No.
Yeah. So I don't know whether our colleague from Thailand
still here.
So during this, due to the another engagement program of our colleague speaker from Thailand, they will answer through our written question later on. We will send the question to our colleague from Thailand. So there is also another question from Fal Mafrik Abesia. Is there any study or plan to do a closed loop cogenerations? These very technical questions. Pak Yunus.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I try to answer. Yeah. Right now, the technology of power plant, especially for utilizing lower temperature than 100 degrees C, is challenging, and many research has been done for answering this question, including closed loop. Like right now there is a e-loop technology in Europe, but right now still developing. So yeah, I think closed loop still developing for the research. Hopefully in the near future it will be successful and launch for the public or for the industry, I think. Yeah. That my answer, Pak Dahlan.
Thank you very much, Pak Yunus. And my colleague Ikle is still here, Pak Kumar, Dr. Mr. Imani Kumar.
Yes.
First, thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. First of all, we are so sorry for late. We are really behind schedule for this one. But anyway, that is because of the topic is very interesting for us. We are so sorry for this one. So for our information, Mr. Imani Kumar Ikle is our partners in IMT-GT, and ICLE also prepare our document for Sustainable Urban Development Framework. So we are still working with Mr. Kumar now. We are very close cooperations. But from our coordination with local government or with in the sub-region, Mr. Kumar, sometimes they have also a problem with how to prepare the proposal to implement the SUDF. So what is your views that possible collaboration in the future, Mr. Kumar? How are we going to implement the project under the SUDF? As you mentioned just now, we need a lot of money, we have a lot of fund to implement the project. We cannot rely 100% from our national budget. We may collaborate with international organization as well. We have the World Bank, we have ADB, when UNESCAP. So how you can see this, Mr. Kumar, to collaborate to assist our local government for this regard? Please take the floor, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you for asking this question. And I know that the capacity building with the city governments is, I'm not denying or not saying that they can't do it, but they have their own activities to implement every day, day-to-day activities which they need to take care of. But we as an ICLI, Dr. Firdaus, we are happy to support any city government if they have any question. This is, as you said, we are friends, ICLI and IMT-GT. So in that context, I'm saying that we are happy to support any of the city government if they want any support in writing a proposal or connecting them to an agency. So this is one way we are happy to contribute. The second is that if there is a bigger proposal, as we have shown already that there is a potential, if any of the cities come together in any country or in the sub-region, if they want to approach either GCF or GEF, the Global Environmental Facility or the Global Climate Facility, there is a separate fund to prepare a proposal also. So that can be looked into, and you as a government representative of the three governments, national governments, you yourself can approach the GCF or GEF to ask for funds to prepare a proposal. I'm not saying that implement a project. Oh. So that is also very much good funding is available, Mr. Firdaus. We are happy to connect you there, and you as you yourself can approach, even IMT-GT can write to GCF and GEF and ask for funds to prepare a good proposal. And there are up to $200,000 to prepare a proposal. So you have that much of money to even prepare a proposal and submit for getting funds from there on that. So that is second opportunity which I'm saying, and we are happy to partner there also along with IMT-GT and along with the other city governments in your region on that. And my third point is we have some other funding sources which are coming up. For example, on the solid waste management, we are already talking to few cities in Indonesia, Mr. Firdaus, which there is a alliance of 42 chemical industries have come together and formed an alliance to end plastic waste. So related to a plastic waste, there are some funding is available straight away. And if any of your cities are interested, we are happy to take those. We are happy to discuss with those cities, and up to $10 million they are ready to invest in that city as an investment proposal I'm talking about. So they need a ready to invest proposal. And we as an organization, we are happy to prepare that ready to invest proposal for the cities, and the cities can get that funding and investment there on that. If your cities are very small cities and the plastic waste is not that much, if it is coming from your cities, the volume what I'm talking about, and we are happy to combine maybe 3-4 cities and take them to investment proposal on that. So these are the few things, and we are happy to assist your cities in the IMT-GT region to prepare a proposal and to take it for funding on that. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. I think that this is very valuable information for all of us. This is what we are looking for anyway, So that's why Mr. Kumar, ICLE is very important for us to support, to implement the project under the umbrella of IMT-GT collaboration. So this is for us, this is something new, Mr. Kumar. For your information, now we have the solid waste management in Padang City now, under the ongoing project now. So we will also convey the message to our partners in Padang, and also with us the chair of working group on environment from Indonesia, Dr. Haruki, exactly from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and she is really in charge with the solid waste management. And I think that our the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia is still with us. Maybe can hear this message, so we can collaborate together to use the available funding from international organization for investment. So thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. I think that this is very possible project to be done under the collaboration between ICLE and IMT-GT. And also with us, with Dr. Yunus, I think that we have also very potential project to be carried out, how we synergize our collaboration with others, between expert and technical expert, and also our colleague from international organization, just like ICLE, as mentioned by Mr. Kumar just now. So I think that due to our limited time, we promise we will follow up this webinar with respective countries. When we pick up the topic later on, we may have also another focus group discussion just to discuss specific project. And then my team here, Mr. Kumar, we are promised to assist our member countries in certain project, because one of the unique program in IMT-GT, we are project-centric collaboration. So we will more focus on the concrete project on the ground. So under the assistance from our colleague, international organization, consultant, and also with the support from our member countries, I'm sure we can do something in the future, especially to implement the document already in front of us, before us. We have nice document, but the important one is how to implement this nice document. This is our homework in the future. So I will come to the next agenda item, agenda 9, the closing remarks. I think that I'm not able to summarize again from our discussion from the beginning due to our limited of time, but we can say that the potential for geothermal collaboration is there, and Indonesia has a huge experience that they can share with the neighboring countries under the IMT-GT collaboration, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Yes, we have also the information from Malaysia just now. Our colleague from Malaysia explained to us the few potential sites in Malaysia that we can further explore together. And in Thailand, it is not yet very potential because the site now changed to a tourism site. But anyway, the collaboration is open for us to be explored under the umbrella of IMT-GT collaboration. So from the CIMT, I would like to thank you to all of our member states to be the speaker in this webinar, and also to our speakers from the respective countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. So your assistance is much appreciated. And from university, UNINET is also very important. Your views is very important for us, and how the university can play a role in research and development of the geothermal collaboration in the future. So finally, to everybody who has under your assistance in conducting this webinar since the morning, we would like to say thank you to all of you, and especially to the NewQuest technology. We see that there is the potential of collaboration from your side, and we are trying to do our best how to use your expertise in this regard for the benefit of our people in the sub-region. That our commitment from CIMT, and also to our moderators who has rendered also your cool hand in moderating the session this morning. I would like so to say thank you very much in helping us in this regard. So finally, thank you very much to everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kapungkap, and see you next time. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak.
Terima kasih Pak. Thank you.
Mr. Kumar, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pak Haris. Thank you.
Terima
kasih, Pak.
Sampai ketemu lagi, Pak Haris.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Thank you, Pak Aneda.
Pak Neda.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Haris, Pak Naldi,
Sama Pak.
Sehat selalu.
Amin. Sama-sama ya.
Salam ke Ibu Haruki, Pak Neda.
Ya, Pak Ruki.
Ya, sama-sama.
Terima kasih banyak. Ya.
Pak Haris.